Claim your Africanness. I'm telling you, when you claim your Africanness, you're going to get your mind back. And you're going to get your intelligence back. I'll guarantee you. Education. And when they take responsibility in terms of their own Africanness and their own identity, when they don't spend all of their lives trying to escape from their Africanness, when they don't believe that to be called African is a curse, you see, when they don't run from their Africanness, but they run to it and they embrace it and they become a part of it. Let's see what happens to their learning when they decide and say out loud that I'm black and I'm proud, and that I'm African and I'm proud. And if individuals, society exists outside separate from that is logically impossible. And it's a stupidity that's perpetrated on the population and on our people, and often leads to serious misunderstandings, both of ourselves and of our situation.
Emerging. Your boy emerging.
My words surfacing, nigga, I got a different purpose. Different purpose. My words surfacing, nigga, I got a different purpose.
I started with $1 in a dream, yeah. I made plays, had to squat up with my team, yeah.
Happy Sunday, happy Sunday, happy fun day. Sunday, it's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. Lafayette, Jama and Boca to all my, you already know. Get them up. Get the W's up, drop your flame emojis, and yeah. Spears, chuckle. We hunting that boats. So look, I'm not gonna take all day. I'm gonna get straight to the point. I'm gonna run it down to you as eloquently as I can. What I am about to share with you, you have not seen on another panel. You have not heard a conversation about this information, and nor have you been shown how to look it up. Before we do, I have to reintroduce everybody to the statement or the claim that was made so that we can properly address it, right? So that we can properly address it and deal with it like G's. Now, I've tagged all the appropriate people. All the appropriate people have been tagged to this video. Share this in your back chats, your discords, your socials, to your best friends. I'm gonna wait a second. I'm gonna give y'all a little time because I want y'all to share it. I want you to share it. We about to get straight to it. All the way. So before we do, I want to say peace to Thomas, Oklahoma. I see you in the chat. The bar reloaded. Kevin Troy was good. Sutek Akili. Andy is even in the building. Our Ballad is in the building. Pure Black, I see you. Was good with you, bro. Your friends should be subscribed by now. Khalil was good. Yeah, it's not necessarily the Irish myth. I don't even want to get into that. The Irish myth, because that's been defeated. It's something else. Sutek, Titanic, if you want to, you can have it. No. Well, the Titanic is only used to show transitional fossils. And I don't think that he understood why would I reference him to look up the Titanic. that has nothing to do with hundreds of million years later. Between that and it, finding fossils of Tiktaalik is only proof that Tiktaalik existed, right? Because there's fossils that have been found and uncovered there. However, that has nothing to do with creating Homo sapiens sapien, right? It is only to show transitional, just like Africanus or Lucy in this instance is showing transitional fossils, because when her remains were found, you found a bipedal. You had knuckles, you had people on their knuckles, and then you find bipedal. You had hominids that were on their knuckles, and then you find them standing upright. And that's showing the ability of transitional fossils evolving from bare knuckles and being able to stand straight up. So there's a transitional period. And I don't think people can digest that step. It's just like going from, and I'm going to hit you with a nice one right here. Going from stone tools, right? I mean, not being able to create tools to tool making. That's significant, right? And then the evolution of those tool makings throughout the hominid process, and then backdooring, here goes something. Out of all the hominid species, how did we develop the ability to be able to not only think at a large capacity the way we do, but speak and have conversations and do the things that we're doing right now on this live stream and what you do amongst each other, right? That is a process. So yeah. We ain't here to talk about the fight, y'all. Spell suit tech, you know what I'm saying? Spam today. Talk about the fight at a different time. Talk about it at a different time. But as of right now, we are here though to deal with what we need to deal with. And again, peace. I see your OG Gorilla Silver back in the building. Juju is in the building, trying to stir him up. I ain't in the building. Barry, what's good with you? I'm gonna go ahead and get into the show, man. Hopefully, those who may straggle in a little bit later, they can catch up to us. But it is what it is at this point, and we're actually we'll deal with what we need to deal with. All right, so let's get into a clear cut of an example of what we're here today for.
Because it's teaching me real science of my people. So you niggas went last in the university, bro. You went last. Now, how the fuck did I go to a university and I'm coming out using their research tactics? I'm using their research methods.
I wanna say something about this because I didn't say it before. He's not using the university's research tactics or the university's research methodology, because what he says behind this is like, you have some information and then you go behind it and find 3 sources. That is not what the university teaches, and that is not in any research methodology book, right? Not in any research methodology course. Okay, so when you're doing proper research methodology, you are to go through your research's sources to substantiate the evidence that is in the article that you just read. Then you find corroborating sources that support this with primary evidence, so that you're not getting opinion posts and perspectives of other people with no evidence. Because if they don't source any information, the validity of what you're trying to say and then you went to go find is biased and not based on any premise of evidence that is required in order to substantiate what you're dealing with. Ladies and gentlemen, research methodology is something that I enjoy. Going through and reading all about that junk and how that process works and how to apply that process. And what he basically is saying here is not really the work, right? He has shown us the capability of doing unbiased. Well, he hasn't shown us the ability to do unbiased research as yet, right? He said he left the dietary school to focus on a pseudo health class and a certificate from Layla.
The researcher and find 3 sources. This is what I was always told to do.
Nobody,
you niggas don't do that. You niggas.
Nobody told you that. Like I said, nobody told you that, bro. I got 20 books on research methodology, and in all of those books, ain't none of them jokers saying what you just said or telling you to do that. And when you take the research methodology courses, they ain't telling you to do that. So stop lying.
Niggas can't read between the lines. You niggas, we should not be finding Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here all the way up into the time where they claim they freed you. But we got millions of free Negroes before they even freed Negroes.
So there's the claim. There's millions of freed Negroes before they freed Negroes. There was Negro slave owners. You heard him. Go back.
Because it's teaching me real science of my people. So you niggas went last in the university, bro. You went last. Now, how the fuck did I go to a university and I'm coming out using their research tactics? I'm using their research methods. Research the researcher and find 3 sources. This is what I was always told to do. You niggas don't do that. You niggas can't read between the lines. You niggas, we should not be finding Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here all the way up into the time where they claim they freed you. But we got millions of freaking Negro slave owners. The researcher and find 3 sources. This is what I was always told to do. You niggas don't do that. You niggas can't read between the lines. You niggas, we should not be finding Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here all the way up into the time where they claim they freed you. Then Negro slave owners from the time Negro slave owners from the time Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here all the way up into the time where they claim they freed you. But we got millions of free Negroes before they even freed Negroes.
Fact. That's the key.
Come on, bro. Like, are you niggas stupid? And then you start saying, well, wait a minute, man. If white people were so treacherous as
let's get into the other angle. You got free Negroes before.
Hold on. All right, so I wanted to play that back so that you can fully comprehend and understand what was being said. Juju giving y'all some work in there. Juju, you running off all the people with your Spence talk. All right, so anyway, everybody heard that for themselves, right? He said Negro slave owners. Now remember, he did a whole debate. They had a whole debate, aboriginal power and not a coincidence. And now I want to pull that up. So let me hold on a second. Let me see if the debate is on Not a Coincidence show. Videos. We ain't subscribed to him on the Mossy. My apologies. Let me see. It might have been an upload. Let me go home. Okay, he changed this. He changed that first video. So let me was white slave enslaved in America. Here you go. Look at the title. Was white people enslaved in America? Did the Negro Indians own them? That's the title of the debate.
My bad, bro. I'm here. What's going on?
Just want to get a mic check.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hold on. Turn it when you.
I don't know if you're saying something, bro. We can't hear.
Right? That's the etymological fallacy that
We already got that. Let's put that need.
It gives you an option at the bottom left corner to add. There you go.
Not a coincidence. Since you walking up the tree, we're gonna do whether or not white. Hold on. Since you was pulling up white slaves in America, we already got that. Let's put that Negroes and Indians own white slaves in America, brother. Let's do that.
I gotta unshare and share my screen again.
Now, Aboriginal Power said, right, that Negroes and Indians owned white slaves. Now, in the debate, not a coincidence, pulled up the primary that specifically told you in the act, right? He brought up the conditions. No black person could, no Negro, man or woman, could own a slave. He brought this up in the debate, but however, it was not. It has not registered because they continued the whole slave narrative. So, what I want to do is I want to expand on where Not a Coincidence kind of left off in his debate. Not using any of his information, because if you really want it, I really need y'all to go over there and actually I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. I need y'all to go over there and pretty much watch that debate for yourself, even though I played a little bit of it. And we'll go from there. What up, Not to See? So I want to add on to something, and I'm glad you're here, Not to See, because I want to walk you through it. Now, all the sources are in the description of the video. So, you know, if you want to grab them and dig a little bit deeper, this is going to be convenient. Remember, they said that Negroes owned white slaves. So Aboriginal Power also stated in a prior video that black people been here and that they went to Africa to kidnap white people and bring them back to America. All right, so right here we have the early 1600 passengers list and ship list by Ann Stevens. Okay, now, again, this is the early 1600 passenger list and ship list by Ann Stevens. All right. So I'm doing this live. I already done went through all of this. I seen it for myself. I told Not to See about it. We're about to get busy. They call these people pilgrim passengers names in the early 1600s. Ann Stevens has transcribed passenger list and ship list from the 1600s with over 7,100 families and 290 ships. So when we click on her source link, it takes us here. Okay, I see what you think. Like, this really ain't nothing. But look, there's alphabets here. Keep that in mind. So if we go to A, we're going to see, look, boom. We got the pilgrim passengers' names in the early 1600s. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that they transported about 30,000 people that was in bondage that committed crimes in Europe, right? they transported them from Europe to the Americas. These people were considered, right, a small portion of what would be slaves. 30,000 of them. 10,000, really, I think it was like 40,000, but really it was like 30,000 of them committed some real tough crimes. But my point is this. This list right here gives us, denotes the children's names or the same name of the people, a date, and the ship names. And we can go through the alphabetical order and show you everybody. Now, I'm going to go do this a little bit more instinctively because I want to show you something else. So again, let me show you. Boom. Here goes the Pilgrims passengers names, early 1600s list. And I'm going to be a little bit more specific. This shows you all the A's. This shows you the BAs, the BLs, and it goes on. And again, it names the person's name, ship dates, ship names. All right. So let me go back to where I just was. And I'm gonna go to Pilgrim Ships Passengers. When I go to Pilgrim Ships Passengers, it's going to look exactly like everything else that I've shown. Here it goes. Pilgrims Passengers names, early 1600s. All right, if you did not see what I just did, I'm going to take you back. I clicked on Robert Bonaventure. I went to Pilgrim's Ship Passengers. Robert Bonaventure, Pilgrim Ship Passengers, Pilgrim Ship List. In this list, you have ships in bold are not finished. That means that she is still adding more data to substantiate the information that we have. Now, for those of you who do not know what you're looking at right now and it has not registered with you, ladies and gentlemen, people of proper research methodology out there in the world, these are the names of the people and the ships they rode in on that were pilgrims coming to the Americas to work, to build, and to do their thing. They were not slaves. They were not. And I'm going to show you how they were not slaves in just a minute. Because none of this shit labels these people as slaves. They label them all as pilgrims. They're making their pilgrimage to the new world. And this is in alphabetical order. And it goes all the way on down to the lastest of the names. Let me go back. Here, you can go to Pilgrim Ships by name, by date. All of that right here. The source is in the description of the video. So let me take you a step further. Now, not a coincidence. My brother, not a C. I don't have Ancestry.com, but you do. There is a book that was published that has all the bonded passengers they sent to America, a 2-volume set from 1615 to 1775, brother. If you log in, I don't know if it'll give you the same exact information or just provide you with the source. There is a source on Ancestry. If you look to the right, the entire book goes all the way through. So if you log in, you may be able to access this book and get the name. So let me just show you this. Volume 1, History of Transportation. The transportation, let me zoom in. We won't do no pseudo. No pseudo. The transportation of convicted felons to remote and inhospitable frontier areas to expiate their offenses by unremitting hard labor is a practice at least as old as the Roman Empire. Few colonizing powers, however, can have relied as heavily and consistently on the wholesale deportation of their prisoners, their prison population, as did England throughout 2.5 centuries of imperial expansion. By the time America made the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the prisons of England had disgorged over 40,000 of their inmates to her colonies. Most of them to survive and populate the land of their exile, often within the space of their own lifetime. They achieved the freedom and respectability, though many remained tied to a form of serfdom, which made them little different from bonded slaves, which made them different than bonded slaves. The standard history books have little or nothing to tell us about this great wave of dispossessed humankind of their significant part in the development of colonial America. Those who were transported for their petty economic crimes were largely illiterate and have left us few records of their sufferings and later achievements, while those who transported them chose to ply their trade well away from the public stage, where few questions were asked of them. The transportation agents performed a useful service. How and with what results in terms of human misery and degradation were matters of small public interest. When the William Wilberforce and the reformers go to work to bring to notice the atrocities of the traffic in black slaves, the almost equally appalling activities of the white slave traders were fading from memory, and the more closely regulated transportation schemes to Australia had yet to begin. So that's what Volume 1 talks about. Volume 2, right? The county of Middlesex, which enclosed in the city of London north of Thames River, was one of the smallest in England, having around 200 square miles, yada, 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 yada. Talks about the Middle provided 15,000 laborers for American colonies by due process in shape of convicted felons who were bonded by the courts as plantation servants for periods ranging from 7 years to life. An official estimate made in the late 18th century was that 1 in 3 of the felons in England was convicted in Middlesex. The English courts between them may safely be reckoned as having been responsible for 1650 to 1775 for the provision of 50,000 plantation servants, who thus formed by far the largest identifiable class of colonial settlers throughout the period of British rule in the Americas. No other reason is necessary to justify an attempt to identify these pioneers, beginning with the comprehensive listing of Middlesex prisoners sentenced to transportation throughout the period in which the odious traffic was conducted. The list of which this volume is made up of, arranged and intended as key to sources from which further information may be obtained. It is not in itself comprehensive statement. So, yeah. Now I try to find a book. I found it in libraries, but there's no PDF version for me to be able to capture and obtain it to display and show and share. But yes, these were convicted people. They have the number, and we got some pseudos trying to identify them with the millions of people who actually were not a part of that. So let's go a step further. Unlocking your family story with U.S. passengers' arrival records. What are we talking about here? So do you have immigrant ancestors who came to the United States? If you do, then looking for their passenger arrival records could provide you with more of their story. Here's what you need to know. Finding your loved ones of the past immigration ships passengers list. So it's a list here. Ships passengers list. Okay, if you click on it, it's going to take you here, and it's going to provide you with 10 pages of information that you can go and try to recover data from, and it gives you specific dates. Some a little later than others, and so forth. I just wanted to show you that because I clicked on the link. And then it says, note, the collection includes passenger lists for other countries outside the U.S., including Australia and Brazil. The most important thing to know about the passenger list is when it was created. In some cases, the passenger list may have been created at the time of immigration ship's arrival in the United States. At other times, the passenger list could have been created at the port of departure. Between 1820 and 1891, lists of passengers were referred to as custom passengers. After 1891, the list referred to as immigration passengers list. Immigration passengers list usually contain more information than earlier customs passengers list. They are not calling these people slaves. So when you see a primary document like this, it is telling you that this is a passengers list before 1820. Even in these lists, they will tell you that if they got them jokers from Africa, they were calling them slaves. Nothing on this documentation is calling these Europeans, none of that. The document itself says it is simply passengers list before 1820. They go on to provide other indexed information and databases so that we can know more. Y'all remember this? Yeah, you've seen this. Yep. You've seen this when dealing with slaves. But these ain't slaves. Farmer. Look at that. All kind of stuff going on down here. They ain't labeling these people as slaves. But they continue to go on. Now, let me go a step further, right? So how do you really do all of this? How the hell, Sean, would you do all of this? So I went to researching individuals. I was looking for a specific individual for a reason. However, immigration and nationality records change over time. For this reason, right? There is no one set of instructions to guide family history research. What records exist and how to find them depend entirely on when the immigrant arrived and if, when, or how they became a U.S. citizen. So if you're looking for immigration records from after May 1st, 1951, or naturalization records from April 1, 1956, you should visit, and it tells you where to visit, the USCIS Freedom of Information Act and Privacy Act program page to find out how to request them, because you can request the documents. If they arrive before 1924, then the official arrival record of immigrants who arrived before July 1st, 1924 is a passenger list or a manifest. So ship passenger list for those who arrived in 1820 to 1892 or 1892 to 1924, as well as land border manifests for arrivals from Canada and Mexico, are available on microfilm at the National Archives or online subscription sites. Now, if you're subscribed to the Mossy Warrior Clan YouTube channel and you go into the community page, and in the community page, you'll see that I put up a document. This document had a list of quote unquote slaves that were brought from quote unquote Africa. Choctaw Max said that he was going to destroy that, claiming that this was not a viable source, that it was pseudo. Ladies and gentlemen, the document is a digital copy of the primary document, which is exactly what this website right here at National Archives is saying, a microfilm at National Archives. But let me go a little bit further. I just wanted to throw that in there because people know how to go find the primaries. You don't. Now, arrival before 1924. This is how you do this. Immigrants admitted for permanent residence during these years could not naturalize if no record of their arrival could be found. To qualify for naturalization after 1929, they could apply for registry proceeding to create an immigration record. Registry files document this activity between 1924 and 29 and available through the USCIS Genealogy program. Many registry files were later moved to become part of a file or C file after 1944. If they arrived between 1924 and 1944, none of that really is a concern of ours. I'm going to skip a few of these. My point is this. When we get into nationality records and all the other stuff, the first few points arrived before and arrived before. The first two were telling us where to go get the damn information. So, United States nationality law during this period delegated naturalization authority to any court record, including federal, state, and yada, yada, yada. Everybody should know this, right? Well, even if you don't know it, you should know where to go get it so that you can learn from it. But I just needed to throw that out there because I'm about to walk y'all down. Now, lo and behold, I want to share something with y'all that you're probably not going to get anywhere else. So welcome to the world of real research. This here is our local history and genealogy reference services, research and reference service division. This tells you specifically, this is an immigrant's arrival, a guide to published sources. This gives you an indication of all these people arriving at different times to the Americas. I want to say this real quick. They know who they were bringing to the Americas. If they were bringing prisoners, they knew the amount of prisoners that was in bondage and why they were sending them to the New World. Everybody else was making a pilgrimage from Europe to the Americas, just like the Europeans are down there in South Africa who go back to Europe and spend some time during the summer months up there and then come right back to South Africa. They just made a pilgrimage to the Americas to do the same shit. And people want to act like that doesn't exist. So I want to beat this up by providing you with an opportunity to go into catalog records and retrieve data. Now, some of this requires universal access. So if you have college students or students at particular universities where you can obtain these records, you can be able to click on, log in, and get all of these records, and it's going to beat stuff up. It's going to beat stuff up. But remember, they made initial claims that Negroes was free here and Negroes was owning slaves. Not a coincidence, I already provided the evidence to show you that black people cannot own white people. Nor Indian could own white people. He brought that to their attention already, so I don't have to continue to harp on that. But I do want to do something unique. So I provide you with a LexNexis document. This is the guide to microfilm. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw me mention from the National Archive source, microfilm and what this looks like. So I want to give you an example. Papers of the American Slave Trade. So this is from Rhode Island Historical Society, Part 1, the Brown Family Collections. So we're going to be dealing with the Brown Family Collections, and we're not going to go all the way through it. We're going to get us some information. Now, the Papers of American Slave Trade, a Series A selection from Rhode Island Historical Society, microfilm editor, yada, 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 provides us all this intel, gives us a copyright, and then it gives us a table of contents. Right, so we got an introduction, scope and content note of sources, editorial notes, and then we get the real indexes along the way. We got a real index on page 1 and 3, 5 and yada yada yada. So when we go through, it tells us on August 5th, 1797, on August 5th, 1797, John Brown, the premier merchant and first citizen of Providence, Rhode Island, reluctantly entered federal district court in his hometown and became the first American to be tried under the U.S. Slave Trade Act of 1794. After months of out-of-court wrangling with plaintiffs, officers, and state abolition society, it appeared that Brown would now stand trial for fitting out his ship, Hope, slave ship Hope, for the African slave trade. You see the distinguishment there? The voyage had concluded profitable in Havana, Cuba, with the sale of 229 slaves a year earlier. Brown's accusers included his younger brother, Moses, a tireless opponent of both slavery and the slave trade since his conversion on the eve of American Revolution from the family's Baptist faith to Society of Friends, a founding member of an officer of the Abolition Society chartered in 1789. Moses Brown had been fighting Rhode Island slave traders, including Brother John, for a decade since the passage of the largely ineffective state statute of 1787 that prohibited the trade to state residents. In this instance, the society's traditional tactic, cajoling a pledge from the accused to forswear slavery in the future in exchange for dropping the suit, he had failed. Even so, as Moses had pointedly reminded John before trial, the charges thus far were limited, involving only a few comparative mild selections of the 3-year-old federal statute. A conviction would therefore require nothing more than forfeiture of the vessel, an aging one at that. What John should most fear, Moses advised, were larger prosecutions, should he further provoke the abolition society by refusing to settle out of court. So you got two brothers having an argument, both of them on different sides of the argument. The brother John made some shit. So made some money off of slave ships, slave trading, and so forth. But he was not getting no white people, and he was not black, and he was not bringing them from no Africa. All right, so you can read more of that, but I want to show you what the microfilm stuff looks like. Let me get past the scope and content. And this provides you evidence of note-on sources. The collections microfilmed in this edition are holdings of the manuscripts division, Rhode Island Historical Society Library. And it tells you where the library is located. And they got the access to them. They converted them to microfilm. This is primary information. So the real index, MSS 309, James Brown, 1698 to 1739 papers, 1723 to 1745, Providence, Rhode Island. Also, he go to areas, Guyana, Suriname, and Martinique. Those are the places he's traveled. It gives you a historical note, tells you a little bit about him, and then they move on. So here's the first real microfilm, what we're dealing with. The papers, the boxes, all kind of information. Obadiah Brown to James Brown regarding Congo sales in Suriname. These are listen, they got this dude journaling notes and they put it all right here. They was getting busy with this dude. They was telling us what he was picking up, when, where, and why. Right? He getting some natural resources and all of that conjured up. But as soon as you get into the other stuff, it start talking about what he doing in Africa and the whole 9 yards. You cannot make this up. And then it gives a story, and then it goes right back into the reel again and provides information. So we don't have to make anything up. Right? We ain't gotta make nothing up. He on his own. They on their own. Now, to double down on what I was talking about, so I want to show y'all something. When they ran slave ads, they would look similar to this and like many others that we've shown in other instances. Hold on one second. All right, I don't know if y'all can see that real good, but it says to be sold and led by public auction on May 18th, 1829. For sale, the three following slaves, Hannibal, William, and Nancy. It gives the ages 30, 35, and it doesn't give Nancy's age. Nancy was a house servant and a nurse. William was a laborer, and Hannibal, a house servant with good character. It says to be let on the usual conditions of the something finding them in food and some other stuff. It says male and female slaves, right? So they named 3 slaves in the first ad, Then in the next ad, they name people slaves, and then they proceed to give names: Robert, William, John, Jack, Philip, Harry, Lucy, Eliza, Clara, Fanny, Sarah. And some of them were teenagers. The last two were 14 years old. The other ones was about 20, 27 years old. But this is the way that they listed them. That was for slaves. What about the white people? When they put an ad in for indentured servants, it don't say slaves. They ad ran as servants. Just arrived at Leedstown, the ship Justitia, with about 100 healthy servants, men, women, and boys, among which are tradesmen, blacksmiths, shoemakers, tailors, house carpenters, and joiners, a cooper, a bricklayer, I can't say this other one, a plant server, a painter, a watchmaker, and glazer, several silversmith, weavers, jewelers, and many others. The sale will commence on Tuesday, the 2nd of April, at Leedstown on Rappahannock River. A refundable credit will be allowed, given bond with approved security to Thomas Hodge. I have an assorted cargo of goods from London. All right. And then it says suitable for the Scanford, about 2,000 pounds sterling worth, which I will jump off on reasonable terms at a credit with good security, or jump off. The conversations between a servant and the slave ads between a servant ad and the slave ad were two different things, but both advertised in these papers. And I don't know if y'all ever seen that before, but I wanted to show y'all that because we talking evidence. We're talking evidence, right? So when it comes down to the come down, they advertise different, right? Between slaves and servants. We have the ships, the names, and the people who took pilgrimage from the European nations to the Americas, right? We know that there were about 40,000 over time during a period between the mid 1600s to the mid 1700s, that there were about 40 to 50,000 people that was sent to the Americas, that was in bondage, that was in jails in Europe, who were prisoners, right? To come over there and do their due diligence to gain and access to their freedom. So what are we talking about? If y'all say that there was some real slave trading going on, show me an auction block where white people stood on them and was sold. You're disrespecting the hell out of our ancestors' experience. So I know there's some people late, and peace to everybody who straggled in late, man. And I know y'all between channels, apparently there's a debate or whatever going on, and that's cool. And that might be more interesting than primary evidence. But this tells us the arrival points, the arrival dates, the departure, where they departed from. Look, Falmouth, England, Plymouth, England, Grayson, England, London, England, Cowes, England, England, London, England, Plymouth, England, Amsterdam, Weymouth, Bristol, Barnstable, Gravesend, Yarmouth, Texel, Holland, a whole bunch of England, Isles of Wight. What are we talking about, man? These people that are on these boats, they got first and last names. Look, they got listen. These people got first and last names. We got the names. But what I'm showing you right now is where these ships are all coming from, and then the passengers. Boom. Click over on passengers and just click on the name. And it's going to give you these people first and last name. Abbott Thomas, Second Supply, Southampton. When they came, it walk it all the way down. And then at the very bottom, right? Let me go back to I think it's the original source. Family immigrants to the colonies in America in alphabetical order. So we can go and we can do whatever we want to do, however we want to do it, whichever way. A complete listing of the pilgrim ships. They didn't call them slave ships. They called them pilgrim ships for pilgrimage and passengers in this process. Read this before you email Ann. Everything she got is listed. There's nothing to play with here. The Concord Dartmouth left from London, England with Captain Bartholomew Gosnell or Gilbert and arrived at Cape Cod. Actually landing was called a Cuttahunk on May 15, 1602. The voyage was sponsored by Henry Wriothesley, 3rd Earl of Southampton. 32 persons included, and then it gives you the names. Or name some names on there. And then we can go to passenger, and then we can get right on into it and do what need to be done. We don't have to play any games with anything. This lady been doing a whole bunch of work, man, on this stuff. Because she out there trying to, you know, get the European ancestry on. Look, John Black, William Black, James Blackburn. Boom, 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 boom. It's, y'all can't see that. You can, but you can't. So here's the thing right there. And this evidence, so, you know, that goes back to Tweedledee and Tweedledum, right? And all the other people that were tagged in the video. If you are teaching that you've been here, if you are teaching, right, that, hold on a second. Yeah, so if you're teaching that you've been here and that y'all enslaved people, you don't have evidence of that exist of a Negro ever owning a white person or an Indian ever owning a white person, because them white people, they came from England and all them other European countries up there as pilgrims to the Americas. They were not slaves. They were not none of that. They were pilgriming from the old world to the new world. And those that were in bondage, there's evidence of those people with their names and shit in a fucking book that talks about the bondage people. So when push come to shove and we hear stuff like this, make sure I get it right.
You went last. Now, how the fuck did I go to a university and I'm coming out using their research tactics? I'm using their research methods. Research the researcher and find 3 sources. This is what I was always told to do. You niggas don't do that. You niggas can't read between the lines. You niggas, we should not be finding Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here all the way up into the time where they claim they freed you. But we got millions of free Negroes before they even freed Negroes. Even freed Negroes. Even freed Negroes. Then Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here to research and find 3 sources. This is what I was always told to do. You niggas don't do that. You niggas can't read between the lines. You niggas, we should not be finding Negro slave owners from the time Negroes got here all the way up into the time where they claim they freed you. But we got millions of free Negroes before they even freed Negroes.
Fact. That's
the
key.
Come on, bro. Like, are you niggas stupid? And then you start saying, well, wait a minute, man. If white people were so treacherous as
Let's get into the other angle. You got free Negroes before.
Hold on. Let's stay right here, my nigga. Let's stay right here where y'all was talking, y'all was popping y'all shit. All right. So, of course, you know, I bring up the free African population in the U.S. between 1790 and 1860. And this refutes them in their assessment of millions of free blacks in the Americas, even in 1860, or even in any time, because they knew how many that they had each year. It was never a million. It was never a million. So the people that was populating this area were people of European descent, and the people that was doing business or participating in what we know as the triangular transatlantic holocaust of African, right? They were doing legally, illegally errors of ripping and running back and forth across those waters using certain ships. And it's very important to understand. That's why I showed you the sources where you can go and extract the information that will provide you the ship dates, the ship names, the passengers, the pilgrim ships by passengers, and the passengers' names in the early 1600 onward. So the people that participated and put this thing together has been doing this for some time. And they're doing it, right, to substantiate their European ancestry. So now you're going to say, well, that's the white people, that's the white man, they trying to cover their tracks. No, they're using your shit. They're using, they building their trees. They're using the genealogy trees, bro, to substantiate who they are and how they got here. They're using records to substantiate their existence from, they know that they come from Europe. They know they didn't come from no damn Africa. That's why I showed the list that I wanted to show, because I really needed to show y'all that these people were coming from, let me put it back on the screen. Departure date, departure point, arrival point. The departure point is Falmouth, England. The arrival point was Plymouth in Maine. The departure point was England. The arrival point was Penobscot Bay in Maine. Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you that these white people, that they were saying that that AP and Primitive One was sitting there and saying, and anyone else who teach this bullshit, when they said that they was getting these white people from Africa, I just removed Africa and white people. Do you not understand what I just did? If you didn't catch it before, I am making it clearer now. I didn't want to say this. I was going to see if people properly understood what I was demonstrating and showing, so that there would be a solidified consensus based on evidence that shit is a boat. We all knew it was a lie, but I just wanted to prove it. I just wanted to show you with evidence that, hey, we ain't got to do all of that. We got the ships, the ship records, and the people on the ship with their ship names and where they came from and where they ended up in America. They coming from England. They coming from these European countries. And there's still more to be updated and added to. and the dates. If you did not know before, you have to know now. We got the records to show these people were coming from England. So, not a coincidence. Would you suggest the reversal of the claim and for them to say, well, there were black Europeans? See, we told you that they was bringing people from Europe over here, which they never claimed that. But they were black Europeans. Are they going to give us the black European angle? Because then we really going to kill them when it comes down to it, because we start looking at these people's names in that genealogy shit and finding these and searching these people in the ancestry tree. We ain't going to see them but white people. Then they ain't going to have nowhere to go. So now I just stripped them, right? On this live stream. We stripped them of the claim of ships going to Africa and bringing back people. So there ain't no white slaves. Yeah, we know they never seen the list before. Yep. Right. It's Don Rabbit Hole. So yeah, this is essential. And they better be glad I didn't get that book, because that bondage book between the mid 1600s to the mid 1700s would have been even a double down on, we know exactly who the bonded people, the people in bondage was, and they were sent here. Because they have a whole book dedicated to a 2-volume book dedicated to them jokers called Bonded Passengers to America. And if I had a log on, bro, I'm telling you, I would go up in here, yo, straight up. I would go up in here. It's going to tell you to log in. And I ain't even finna subscribe, yo. Y'all don't want me in Ancestry.com, because I'll be in there all day, and then I'll really be coming back at Cap Rap and beating that shit up. But after I was trying to be nice. Look, Appendix 7, felons from London, Middlesex, in home counties transported in 1660 to 1750. So again, man, we know what's going on with these people. We know how these records look. We know what they did and said and behaved and how they acted. And we can do what we need to do to substantiate it. We even went to the National Archives to find out tools, how to use different research tools to help substantiate your research and trying to figure out what some of this stuff is. And then I doubled down and gave you the whole immigrant arrivals guide to published sources. They published this information, ladies and gentlemen. The whole ship list with the pilgrims coming from the European nations to the Americas is documented just as it was when they went to Africa and started kidnapping people and bringing them back. Now, go find an insurance claim on any bondage person sent from Europe to America. See what it say. I gave you the ads. I gave you 2 ads specifically. I showed you the slave ads, how they're ran, and then I showed you how the servants ads are ran, which were totally different. And it provided you the type of jobs these servants held in Europe. And remember, they only worked for 4 years, and they knew that. So they would trade 4 years of their life to work the fields, tend the lands, and do what needed to be done to gain their freedom. And those that did survive that strenuous work, right, They would get their land, their money, their thing to do their thing, and then they would build on when they build on. So I don't want to hear that no more. Now they got to come with a whole better argument, because now they stripped. If you add the information that not a coincidence presented in his debate with AP, and you take this information that I just showed you today, that eliminates a lot. Now, mind you, had not a coincidence had that list of where these people were coming from in Europe and all of that and additional stuff, it still wouldn't have helped him on that platform the way that they voted, because it was all biased, and that was, all of them was going to make sure that the truth didn't come out of that debate. And that's pathetic, is that none of them was unbiased. They were all biased. And they try to make it seem like it's, that's why Predator One tried to talk like he talked to Nada C, and acting like he ain't had no sweat and no debate, and yada yada yada. Yeah, you did, because you sounded stupid as fuck. So I don't know who debating. I know Juju said Jabari. Who is Jabari debating? Is it the Ali Muhammad shit? Is it Jabari and Ali Muhammad? Yeah, they weren't gonna allow him to win, bro. But that's all right though. So we just pile on the data, right? We pile on the data to deal with it. So now we got even more data to separate them. And if we can get Sutek to change the time of his show, we'll have another show coming up with some good information to clear some things up. Who hosting that? I mean, I know Juju said she a moderator, but who hosting the debate? Is it Sachetta? Is it a Sachetta event? Because I don't tap into them things. Keely said, yeah, we all know that's fake. Yep, Kevin Troy, that's a fact. But lo and behold, though, all the while with all of this going on, they trying to steal y'all stuff. As Sean, that ish was garbage. Oh, okay. What you talking about, Khalil? What's garbage? If Ali Muhammad talking about he got Olmec kids in Massachusetts, then Jabari wasting his time. He wasting his time all the way. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Yo, Mav Hopper, you stupid, yo. You made me want to unsubscribe, bro. I ain't even no cap. Is it like private live, like you have to pay for it? Because if it's free, which it should be, I think it should be free. I ain't gonna cap. Also, the debate over. All right, so y'all missed it. Those of you who tapped into me, man, y'all missed it. Y'all missed it, bro. Bro. I was trying to see if I can backdoor it for y'all. Cocaine and Egyptian mummy. Who said that? Yo, please tell me that dude didn't say that shit. Oh, okay. Khalil said it. That debate was garbage. Okay, I figured it would be. Nah, Mav Hoffa, he had Robert Kennedy Jr. on, and hold on, Callie. I just seen you in there. So real quick, I was gonna do a science with Sean about the Robert F. Kennedy stuff, but I don't even want to chance it. But on 12, they got some shit on Robert Kennedy, yo. Breaking it down. It's cold-blooded, bro. I'm talking about beating this dude up. What up, Kelly? I'll let you in a little bit before I close out.
Okay, what's up, man? Yeah, I also saw the interview with Ice Cube did with Tucker Carlson and saying that he said he didn't take the jab because it was experimental and they only got it done in 6 months. I'm like, no. This is why I don't listen to celebrities. I don't give a damn what a celebrity has to say, unless it's about the field that they're working in. If you're an actor, entertainer, you're talking about the field that you work in, I'll listen to you about that. When it comes to politics, history, science, I don't give a damn what you got to say. You can't tell me shit. Most of these people are ill-informed and they don't know what the hell is going on. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. And when you listen to Ice Cube speak, when you listen to Robert Kennedy Jr. speak, when they're talking about the vaccine, it sounds like someone who's never read shit about it. So I don't care what they have to say. But Matt Hoffa, I think Matt Hoffa has always been anti-vax. A lot of those dudes who have their podcasts were anti-vax during the pandemic. So it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I mean, he said if you go outside of him speaking about the vaccine, some of the stuff he had to say was historical and it was accurate. But once he started getting on the vaccine, which I knew they would, I don't really give a damn what he has to say. He's a crazy person. He's a problem. And the word I heard is that he actually vaccinated his children. So he's telling other people not to take it, but he went in the opposite direction. At least he had that much sense, but you're going to tell other people to put themselves in harm's way while you did the opposite. And it's the same thing with Tucker Carlson. It was revealed that all Fox News employees were vaccinated. So Tucker Carlson was playing this game, and because it was all about maintaining ratings and keeping the conspiracy alive. So I mean, like I said before, man, I don't give a damn what none of these news actors or celebrities have to say about the vaccine. Put an expert on and let them speak. And you should. And if you don't understand it, just shut up. So I agree with y'all. I'm looking forward to your breakdown about the interview with Matt Hoffa, man. For him to even push that in the black community is problematic.
I ain't gonna watch it, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, because I'm finna tell you why. The experts are on Robert F. Kennedy head right now. So with virologists, epidemiologists, and doing that thing, immunologists doing that thing, bro. I ain't even got to do nothing. I can replay that material, and we can gain something from it. You know what I'm saying? So as an example, Let me show y'all real quick. I'm not gonna play it, but I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Yeah, and I want to get into that real quick because you know that's Cali, that's your man real quick. Sutek, he put something in the chat, right? And I wanted to ask you about that. No, dude, Vincent, because it ain't subscribed on this channel. Well, Vincent, see if it take me there. Yeah, micro TV. There we go. Boom. So, real quick, Cal, let me ask you something. I was listening to Sutek replay Old Boy Ignorance, and he started reading scriptures or something like that and start referring to shit biblically. What's up with that?
You talking about real rap?
Yeah, real cap.
What? I mean, I know he used to be a Hebrew back in the day. But he got away from it and actually started going against the Bible. So I don't know what the fuck. I must have missed that live stream. I didn't see it, bro. So I'm gonna have to talk to him. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing using biblical scriptures in order to make your claim or make your case against? He was speaking against evolution, right?
Well, I don't think that he understands evolution. Because he argues prokaryotes and hominids, right? He's
Right.
not even arguing it accurately. And then now you got Shah. I seen the comment said something about Titanic and hominids. You don't understand how far apart that is. It's 300 million years separation. Why is this even a topic of a conversation that two people that don't even grasp the subject matter are having? But when I replayed it, bro, he was on some biblical stuff, bro.
I might have to go watch it now. That was his last live stream?
Nah, you can just watch Sutek yesterday on Kofi Pie.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna go check out Sutek over on Kofi Pie.
Long either.
That shit crazy, bro. What the fuck? Like I told him before, I said, man, you just have to, like, you need something pseudo to latch onto. If we take something from you, you go latch onto something else pseudo. Just drop it all. That's what I was trying to get him to the point. He's still a work in progress, but he just needs to latch on to anything pseudo. But and my problem with him is like, bro, you're trying to argue with someone like Sean, or not just Sean, not just you, right? But the scientific community. I said you're trying to argue against somebody who works in the field of science, or just some department of science, because there's multiple departments of science, right? You're arguing with somebody who may have been in the field for 40 years, not just through going to college for 10 to 12 years, but have actually been in the lab for another 30. How the hell can you argue against somebody who's been doing the work?
Well, he's arguing against the evidence, right? So what he wants is something that he wants us to show him something as evidence. So when we show you the fossilized records of hominids, that's evidence. You can't dismiss it and say whatever you want to say because you don't agree with the evidence. You don't even know how to qualify a claim and then substantiate evidence with primary, substantiate whatever claim that you're making with evidence to back it, that people can cross-reference and scrutinize. And he's afraid of that. So he says all of these stupid things. It's just continuing. But no. Shaw doubled down and said the dumbest shit I never. What it is they just have a disdain for me. And I understood that because I saw it come out in the comments. Me, Sutek, and a couple other people.
Well, yeah, it was in his Shy one. He's still obsessed. He said he did a whole dissertation on.
He ain't did shit, bro,
melanin.
No, he ain't did. Listen, he ain't did shit, bro, because somebody asked him to come and present that information on their platform. They would give him a platform to be able to present his information and build on it. And he told that person that he's like, I don't even have it ready. I don't even have no slides. I was just saying that shit.
Why the fuck would you say some goofy ass shit like that too? This is what I told. I got the conversation.
I got the screenshots. So he can't say he didn't say it. He can't say he didn't say it. I got the screenshots.
I told Sha One and Real Rap. I said, bro, go take a class. Seriously, just go take a class on evolution.
Nah, they ain't doing that, bro. They ain't interested in it. They're interested in just act like they're interested in arguing from ignorance.
But here's my thing is, if you don't have the level of education as somebody else, right? I would say like this: defer for now. Then why don't you go check it? Why not study up on the subject and then come back and check the information to see if it's correct?
That's too much.
It really is.
Just like, I know it's not, but it's too much for them.
That's just lazy. That's what that is.
Exactly, and I know that.
Yeah, to me, my whole goal is, like I said, I've been wrong, and I know what I'm doing. Matter of fact, when I find out I'm wrong, you know what? I concede, and then after that, I said, okay, this is something I have to go research. I have to go study on. I can't continue to remain ignorant in this subject matter, or at least in this space. I think I'm a forever student. I have to continue to learn. So I don't know if you saw my comment in the chat room. Yesterday we was all involved in the boxing stuff, and everybody's like, "Where you been, Kelly?" I said, "I've been in the science space, and I've been in the history, more of in the historical space." They said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I recommend." I said, "Well, I've been on Mossy Warrior Clan. You go subscribe to Mossy Warrior Clan, and then go subscribe to Not a Coincidences channel. Go over there and go subscribe. If you want to know where I've been, that's where I've been. Have had more interest in that than dealing with the boxing shit because the shit dumb." But anyways, there's a lot of information that our community needs to learn, because even within the boxing community, we have people who think that they're an Indian running around. I'm being dead ass serious. Dudes calling themselves copper colored. Then you got all the people. You got some folks calling them smoke this or Aborigines, just dumbass names. I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all look like you from fucking Benin. with these kind of names. You look like you're from Benin, talking about your copper colored this or Aborigine this or TP number one, these type of names. I'm like, come on, man, that's not you. You're not Choctaw, you're not Cherokee, you're not Black Indian, none of that goofy ass shit. Y'all need to come over here so you can come learn some real information. So when the next time I go live again, I'm gonna be posting you guys channel links throughout the live stream, man, because they need to come get some of this information. All right, some of my subscribers, because I've checked dudes in the past about that goofy ass shit.
He says, and Sha One said something about nobody ever put us on the spot with something. What are you talking about, bro? When you make comments about shit that you don't know anything about, we've been having a conversation about evolution for years. He ain't the first person that I've ever had a conversation with about evolution.
Now you can see that on your channel. You can go back for years.
So that's stupid of him to sit there and say that. And then
you guys and Unc and all that shit. Y'all talking about like 6, 7, 8 years ago. You guys are talking about this shit.
Yeah, man. Listen, bro. We got primary evidence on this channel specifically. When Ben went to South Africa to the fucking caves and the museums, and he documented the whole trip down there, yo. When they talking about Africans, don't talk about that. Who's leading those who's curating those museums out there? Africans that look just like me, you, and him.
You know what I like about what I like about your channel, though.
He said he had no fly.
You know what I like about? Go ahead.
No, I was talking to Sutek. The nigga said,
no, I said, you know what I like about your channel, though? Because it's important. I think history, I don't just think, I know history and science work hand in hand. We can't separate the two. We have to. They work together. They support one another. So it is important to understand both, especially if you want to understand what happened in the past. You need both.
That's a fact.
He said he don't have the slides.
Yeah, I've been saying these niggas ain't got no. Yeah, he said he ain't got no slides.
Yeah, he told. Yeah, he in response he said he don't have. So he doesn't have anything. He just don't know anything about evolution. He just talking. He just have a belief. And
yeah, he said, he does that. He says that stupid shit too, that we don't come from monkeys. No one's making that fucking case. That's a dumb. It's a stupid ass. That's a stupid ass response, bro.
His new claim is that because they have found Titanic over here, then that means life started over here too in Canada. Does he not know how old Titanic is? Those.
He didn't say that, bro. He didn't say that, bro. Come on, he didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
He said that.
We got the screenshots. We got the receipts.
Bro. Titanic, listen, their extinction date was 385 million years ago, around that. So between 370 and 385 million years ago was Titanic's extinction date. So they found fossils, right, of Titanic. That ain't got nothing to do with 7 to 10 million years ago. And it ain't got nothing to do with an evolutionary process starting in Canada. Titanic is one of those transitional mentions. This shows how shit came up out of the water and onto the land. That's the significance of Titanic.
They don't know enough, and we done tried to tell them that they don't know if it's arrogant or what. But man, you making basic mistakes. You a lot of this is issues too, because you talk about the origin of hominids, and then you jump back 300 million years ago to some shit that came out the water. Like, what the fuck they got to do with hominids? I don't understand. Just hit the live button and freestyle, like literally.
Yeah, well, they just tried to deny that the origin of humans started in Africa. That's where the origin of humanity started.
But yeah, but
so Canada can have Titanic or whatever that shit is.
Right. That's just one of many fossils. That doesn't mean that's where life started. No one said that. And then Real Rap said something about we don't even know nothing about the shit in the water. Motherfucker, we've always attested. You know what I'm saying? The bacteria is one of those organisms that has outlived every damn thing.
That's a fact.
So
he played the video like 6 times. Like, who's hiding that shit came? Who's hiding the origins of life? Who's hiding prokaryotes? Nigga, you know about this because of science. Now you saying science trying to hide it. Like, it just,
I don't know. They telling you this.
Yeah, he's stupid, bro.
No, but that's why I told him, I said, you're not about to overturn. We're talking about decades about evolution. You're not overturning that. But my issue is they think they can take on evolutionary biologists. They believe they have the knowledge and they have the evidence to overturn the evidence that we have. That's insane. You can't overturn all of those fossils that's actually been found. You can't overturn any of the research that has been done, that has been tested and has been proven that it's true. I don't get it. We know about science. Science is all about being able to test something in public over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. We know that's what science. That's the way science works. So you're gonna have to come up with something which you're not going to be able to do. That's going to be able to overturn what's already been proven. You're not going to do that. You don't matter of fact, you don't even know what to do anyway. You wouldn't even know how to research. You wouldn't know how to test whatever you found. You wouldn't even know what you're looking for. That's the reality. You have to go to school and learn how to do these things. You don't even know how. Look, I'm nowhere near that. And none of y'all, and none of them dudes are either. Shaw One and Real Rap ain't either. Ain't overturning that shit, bro. Only the most thing they're gonna do is update. Basically, add on. That's the most. That's what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
We know evolution happened.
This is a fact. It's a fact. It's a scientific fact.
And the only thing they're doing, they're just looking for more information to be able to explain it in a better way. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to make it easier. They know that it happened, but they're just looking for a way to be able to explain it for it to make even more sense to you.
Right. They add on that data, and the data makes these theories more accurate. It's like we thought humans left out of Africa later, then we found more evidence that suggests that they left out more recently. It still meant it don't change the fact that we left out of Africa. We just left out of Africa a little earlier than we thought at first because we found more evidence.
But we can also see it in our genetics. We can see it in our genetics too.
And that's the fatal. That's the fatality, the genetic argument. It ain't no way you can get around it. It's not ambiguous whatsoever.
No, but Real Rap tried to argue that he said he studies genetics. I said no. So you understand if you study genetics, you know that geneticists they actually agree with evolution. They actually believe, not just believe. They know that evolutionary biology is real. They have to know that. They have to know that. They have to understand that in order for them to practice their form of science, right? They have to. Their field of science, they have to know that. They have to understand evolution because it goes hand in hand. That's what we say. They call them geneticists and population scientists. They know this. They know about migration patterns. They know about all this shit.
They study all this shit, man. That's what they do for a living. And then they cross-reference with people from other fields. They collect all this data from all these different fields, put all that shit together, and it all points to one thing. That niggas came up out of Africa, bro. You're gonna have to deal with it.
Can you name me one geneticist? I know you are agreeing with. Can you name me a geneticist that disagrees with evolution?
Disagree with evolution? I don't know now.
You can't. It wouldn't work. The science wouldn't work.
Exactly. There's no way you could be a geneticist and say that because you are defying all the evidence, all the genetic evidence that we have. She also brought up repairing. Yeah, man, they like doing that. Don't even understand it.
Juju, you should hit the link. Explain that debate.
Hey, yeah, I want to get a recap. I know Jabari beat the draws off of him, but I want a little. Not you ain't got to necessarily do the play-by-play, but if I can get the highlights, you know what I'm saying, I appreciate it.
Hey, Lucky Sue Tech, don't you guys got a wrench, right? Hey, post a link in the chat room and let's see if Juju can get up.
I ain't got no wrench. This big smoke warrior clan. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no wrench over here.
Yeah, I just dropped the link in the chat. Yeah, I still want to read not a play-by-play, but like you said, a recap. See what happened, what them boys was talking about.
Yeah, I gotta hear this. When I first saw it, and I heard Ali Muhammad when he was having this first discussion. You know how they do it. They like kind of like, I guess they kind of like give you a preview, right? When he was talking during that preview, I said, yeah, I can't. I'm gonna lose brain cells listening to this dude and his bullshit. I just can't. I can't. This dude is a grifter. I don't have time to listen to this dumbass shit. So I couldn't bring myself to it. After I heard Rob on the Aboriginal Powers debate, I knew I couldn't listen to it anymore.
Yeah, that was my last one too, Kel. I ain't gonna lie. I thought about buying it, but I'm like, bro, I can go to the dispensary and go get some shit with that. I'm finna go get me a dab. I ain't finna spend no 30 on that. I almost did it too.
Juju's on the panel. Salute, sis.
What
Give us
is
a
it?
recap, sis. Give us a recap, sis.
Okay. I'm going to give y'all a recap on what I remember because I don't know. I don't have the tolerance for the BS, so I kind of blacked it out. And I'm not going to lie, like, I wasn't in the debate to, like, listen. Like, I worked the background. You know, we worked the backgroundings, like the polls and making sure people are not on the panelists and making sure the right people are in the spotlight and stuff. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, so, you know, Ali did his regular schmo type gig. I guess he has a book, so he was going by that. He was trying to discount the slave ships by telling people that when you go to the website, there's nothing there. I forgot what he said the first slave ship was. He made a name, it was called the Lion something or whatever. And then he was like, go try to look it up, go to the website. There's nothing there. He talked about the Olmecs, you know, giving credence to like
They
their
agree
color.
on the Olmecs.
Huh?
They agree on the Olmecs.
Sad day.
Well, no. Okay, so here it is. Jabari did not mention anything about that, about, you know, the Olmecs being Africans or Africans over here first. Jabari didn't mention any of that in his, you know, his debate, because of course, if he did, he would have basically handed the debate to Ali. You got what I'm saying? Because that's Ali's whole premise. So no, Jabari didn't mention any of that. Actually, Jabari played it very smart. I do remember more about his. So he did have a list on, and that he kept up every time it was his turn, that gave fundamental proof of slavery in America or Africans as slave in America. Ali also touched on the whole description of indigenous people as Negroes. So that meant that Negroes was here. Jabari rebutted with, of course, the specific distinctions, speaking on Negro Guinea and Negro de Terra, you know, on that.
That's because he been watching our channel. That's what the fuck that was. He ain't gonna say he was. He ain't gonna say he was. Somebody probably sent him that shit. Like, look, they're over here. They describing it right here.
I'm sure.
I
would love to see like Sarno to put like a team debate with like some of y'all and, you know, some of the apples or whatnot. I think that'd be hot. But I think not a coincidence. Definitely needs to get on the Sarnetter, you know, debate train, as far as having a more fair and rounded debate. I will tell you that there was quite a few people. I mean, you could do the calculations: $30 a ticket and over 300 people in the debate. So it was an awesome turnout. Not to say the least, but I'm not feeling that well. My energy is low, so I didn't really, you know, do anything in the chat or watch the chat. I was just doing the work that I was pretty much, you know, quote unquote paid to do, because I'm in the debate for free. You get what I'm saying? And I pretty much was just doing that. I'm totally out of it. But for the most part, Jabari gave Ali the coin toss, and Ali ended up going first. Ali chose heads, and heads is what came up. And how we do the coin toss is, Domo's an awesome moderator, so he uses this automatic coin toss, which is super awesome. And I ain't gonna lie, Ali, had his little smoking hat on. He had his, what is it? What's the red bottoms? Who do the red bottom design, the shoes? I'll think of it in a minute. But he had his red bottom hat on. It was a dope ass hat. I ain't gonna lie. It looked like it cost, a couple pennies. It was nice. It was nice. But he came out hot. I ain't gonna lie. He came out the starting block hot as hell. You feel me? But Jabari quickly distinguished his fire, in my opinion. And I will say I was already going for Jabari, so I may be biased, but Jabari quickly, put out his fire. And then Ali tried to play these, pseudo tactics to buy more time, acting like, he didn't know how to share his screen or, stop his time because he got to find the right slide type shit. But Jabari was very fluid and thorough in that process. So you could immediately tell who was comfortable in their information and who definitely felt like they got a little bit got. You get what I'm saying? So, that's what else. Use Albert Perry in his debate. Ali did. Jabari rebutted that pretty well. The only thing that Ali said, and I didn't know if this was true, but maybe y'all can answer it, is that Albert Perry was born in Florida, not the Carolinas. So Ali made that statement, and that was, a shock to me. It was like, I didn't know that. What else did I say? I mentioned the slave ships. Oh, he tried to use, at the very end, he tried to use, do you all know about the Togo volcanic eruption? This happened like some thousands of years ago. I have to look it up real quick for y'all. But Ali used that to try to explain the melon, to try to explain, white people melon. It was weird because he tried to say that white people have sulfuric melon or some shit he said that I've never heard before in my life. And that came from the volcanic eruptions, but he was also showing Africa. So if this volcanic eruption,
Yeah,
if
Togo.
this,
That's
huh,
Africa. You
huh,
said Togo.
what you say?
I said you said Togo.
Yeah, he said he talked about the volcanic eruption in Togo, but then he showed Africa, I guess, to say, how volcanic eruptions happen, they like get into the atmosphere, and especially the ones that especially like the ancient times one, but like those clouds can go around the globe, or you know what I'm saying, or depending on like the wind currents. So even though it happens in that area, it could end up, the remnants of it, as far as like the
What the fuck a
sulfuric,
volcano got to do with white people?
what you say?
What the volcano got to do with the skin of white people?
We don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like me and Miss Tiffany, like we're both the moderators. Like we do the background. We're on the panel and we do all that shit. And we were typing it on the phone, and we was so clueless. Like, what is this? She think he was trying to explain the evolution of white people or whatnot, but still, it was at the end, and it was to no consequence. Like, it didn't make no sense. I don't think most
Was he
people
trying to say that
understood.
volcanic ash changed
Has
the color of
had
white
something to
folks?
do with white people's melon. Yes.
It turned the
But
carbon to sulfur. That's what he said.
because it was sulfuric, yes. So their melon is sulfur based. That's exactly what he said. I was like, what
Yeah,
the
he
fuck?
one of them ones. He one of them ones. I ain't gonna
Yeah, and
lie.
I really
Yeah,
turned off then. Like I can't tell you nothing about the rebuttal after that or the question and answer to each other. Like I just turned off. I was like, I can't do it. I can only take so much.
he's one of
But
those skill pseudos.
he's very skilled now, don't get me wrong. So Sean, he talked about him going to temple. He did attend temple. He never said anything about graduate though, but he did talk about attending Temple University. You know, home of the Owls, which I know that because I wanted to go there for grad school. Malifi Asante is there, so
Yeah,
yeah.
he went to Temple with a physical education degree.
Yeah, PE. He's a PE coach.
Oh, so he did get a degree from Temple?
Yeah, physical education.
And
Oh,
science.
Yeah, like I said, yeah, PE. He's a PE coach. Seriously.
Not
oh.
not science like he showed on Sunday.
Not yeah. Well, what was that degree, Sean?
Yeah, remember your PE coach and maybe your PE teacher in like middle school. You know,
Yeah.
6th, 7th, 8th grade. Yeah, that's what he is.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's a PE
Okay.
teacher.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, he definitely didn't mention any of the stuff like you know, his laboratory or whatever, him doing a test. Like he didn't mention any of that crap. But it was funny because Jabari did use bit clips of him speaking on certain subjects, but older clips in like older debates or whatever. And that was pretty funny that Jabari did that.
Did he bring up that cuckoo Khan bullshit that he said like 4 or 5 years ago? Cuckoo Khan.
I don't remember. I know he, you know, he did mention, you know, the Olmecs and some other pieces that's supposed to. Oh, he was trying to bring up, you know, how some of the people who came to the Americas would describe the quote unquote indigenous folks, and of course we know that that was faulty or whatnot. But you know that he was using that to try to distinguish that quote unquote black people were the indigenous and or whatnot. You know, the same old
What did he say about the
BS.
natives? Did he try to bring up like Filipinos or Chinese?
I don't remember him mentioning anything about the indigenous Americans as we know it. I don't think
Sound like he played a clean game, Kelly. He didn't want to get out there too.
Yeah, he did.
Outside his realm.
He definitely played it very clean. Okay. And he had his, you know, little sources, so to speak. But I think Jabari did it the best because from the very get, he would keep this list on the screen that stated like 10 reasons why we know that the transatlantic or the African Holocaust actually took place. You know, like he had his 10 points, and every time it was his round, he would have that slide of those 10 points. And I thought that was very smart and ingenious because it's also, you know, a play of people's psyche who are watching the debate. You know, he's going to inject this over and over again, these 10 points to prove that we were the product of the African Mayafa Holocaust slave trade and not the other
He's
way
one of those
around.
ones that try to say that the slave trade didn't happen, right? He try to say like slavery, or at least was he one of the ones that said that slavery didn't happen too?
So he didn't. If he is, I can't remember. Does he make those points, Ali? I can't remember.
He's the in reverse guy. I didn't see this debate, but he's the first person to say that it was like in reverse on Sinetta.
But he did not. He played it safe. He didn't use any of that he knew that Jabari could nail him to the cross with. You understand what I'm saying? Like he damn near arguing.
Yeah, you said
right
Jabari
now.
was playing his old stuff, so Jabari would have caught that.
What did you say, Sean?
Did the Native Americans come up?
Not that I can remember.
So
you know, when he was bringing up the Native Americans or the indigenous people, the slide that I remember was of the Aztec or the Mayans, you know, for sure. You feel me? And he would definitely use those pictures that showed him in being very brown or black, which we know is ceremonial paint if they're
And
very
did
black.
Jabari bring up the haplogroups of those individuals?
No, not to
or
my
the
knowledge. I
migration?
don't remember that. Or what?
Or the migrational pattern of those people?
Migration of who?
The Native
I mean,
American.
like,
Yeah, like migration
yeah,
pattern. Yeah,
like them, like oceanic migration to the North Americas and whatnot, the Bering Strait. That
Mm-hmm.
was I think that was in the beginning. There was a little bit, but I don't remember if that was Jabari. I think that was Ali trying to make mention
Yeah,
of that.
Ali wanted to argue. He said he wanted to argue bringing up DNA and evolution.
Well, he argued Albert Perry is what he argued.
That ain't gonna. That's not gonna help him win the debate.
Well,
Because
he's
Albert
saying it was
Perry,
helping. He when he brought up that point, he really twisted it. Trying to say that they made a mistake, I guess, on
that didn't make no damn mistake.
DNA. Like it was weird, but
There's no one in America that has A00.
yeah,
But
but he
Albert
was
Perry.
trying to
Hold
say
on, listen to me.
okay.
But Albert Perry, and then they find A00 two more times in Cameroon. That's not a coincidence. Albert Perry is the only one to have A00. And then you go and find those two A00s in Cameroon. That's a signifier, right? That the more people that we can test in this region, in this particular area, the more likely we're going to find that archaic. And
Right.
they ain't finding that here. So yeah,
Facts.
he been pseudo.
He tried to discount that though. He tried to say that they don't what did he say on that piece? I'm gonna have to ask, but
did he show evidence? Did he show the evidence, or he just made a statement or claim?
I mean, okay, so let me tell you what he did do, which I thought was very disingenuous. So he did put up this one slide and he played like he couldn't make it bigger. And I tried to make it bigger on my end to read it because you know how they like to do. They like to pretend like they're reading that shit and then say what they want to say. But I couldn't, like, you could not discern what was being written. And it was in print. Like, it was super tiny. Like, it was a trip. I was like, yeah, he is doing some mumbo jumbo. Yeah, he totally misrepresented Albert Perry though. There's one point that I did want to make that I remembered. Shit, I forgot about it. But yeah, that was Jabari just killed it. With all those points, Jabari killed them though. And so I would tell you that we did polls at the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. And at the beginning, it was almost overwhelming that most people came to see both. It was very close, but when I did the first poll, Jabari had a slight lead, but when you asked who won the debate, he clearly won the debate. Like, and that was in the poll on Zoom inside the debate, not the fake polls we do after the debate where 1,000 people vote. You know what I'm saying? And it's most people going off of the whole quote unquote show that the loser puts on Salnetter, because that's usually what it is. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have. I'm trying to remember the other point that Ali used. I had it too. I forgot. I get brain fog a lot, Sean. I can't remember. Yeah, but Ali's screaming on Salnetter right now.
No, I can hear him. Everybody that talks, he's talking right behind them. So that's a sign of
he lost. He lost.
Of course.
Didn't he try to make a claim before that L and like L2, L3 that came out of America at one point? I could have swore he used to say that shit.
I don't know anything about him saying that, but like I said, if Jabari was smart enough to have the migrational talk, he has the genetic evidence of putting life not only on the continent of Africa, but as it flowed and then bringing those haplogroups. But he has too much of a belief because that's going to refute him in his whole Africans inspired the OMAC shit.
Well, he didn't almost need to use it. Like, he was killing them with sources back to back to back. You know what I'm saying? And just pretty much Jabari's whole premise to his debate was proving the African slave trade. trade without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like, he definitely has some awesome sources, though. Yeah,
Was
I
he
think
was he staying on topic? I'm talking about Ali
Nah,
Muhammad,
him.
or was he kind of like
no,
was he hopping all over the place?
absolutely not. So Ali was definitely, and even an Abo, what was the first question on Sinetta? Was an Abo. And he said it himself that Jabari stayed more on the topic than Ali did. So there you have it. But if you do want to like hear the beginnings of the debate, you have to go to Top Cat's channel because he basically was streamlining the sound of the debate until we caught it, and then he stopped it. And what was so funny is like he made people pay $5 for it, and they got to hear like maybe 10, 15 minutes, and that's it.
Oh yeah,
And
he's a
Wow, this
he's a
this
pretty good
scamming at
grifter
all
too.
time high.
Yeah, he's a pretty good
what?
grifter himself. He's been working hard. I didn't know he charged the
That's
$5
some
though,
scam
Trisha.
shit,
That's
bro.
crazy. That's funny.
Yo, I think it's technology. If somebody's technology is effed up, getting lots of static. But yeah, he definitely scammed his own people with $5 to listen to the debate. Yeah, because they was like, "Dang, I thought my $5 I was gonna get able to hear the debate." Because I went to the chat and was like, "Y'all know y'all just got scammed by Top Cats." How you think you gonna be able to listen to a pay-per-view debate for free? Like that was me in the chat just egging the shit on, but I had to. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. But Ali's on Side Noter now, basically trying to win back the debate is what he's doing. Hard. So, and that's crazy. But yeah, in the polls, Jabari won. So if y'all hear anything different, it's a lie because the people at the debate were able to vote on the debate, and that's what it was. And I
We
have to
know
give it,
all those abos wanted Ali Muhammad to win.
of
So
course.
whether they agree with everything he says or not, like not a coincidence, he's using pan pseudos. So they're gonna stick together regardless whether they agree with anything that he says or not.
Yeah, but the results were not close. You know what I'm saying? As far as Jabari winning, the results weren't close. But so I got to learn how to do it better. But because we left the poll up, I guess Ali could see it and he started crying about it. So I literally only had like the final results of the debate, that poll up for maybe a minute. But in that minute, 157 people voted, which is over half the audience anyway. And yeah, Jabari still won. So it was, if you're saying there was 300 people who bought those tickets, 57 voted, and Jabari won out of those. 157. So, that's
Yeah,
that's
remember Ali Muhammad? Ali Muhammad, I think it was like a few weeks ago. Whoa, who was that? I think Ali Muhammad, like a few weeks ago, he was saying that he wanted to have a scientific debate.
Yeah, I don't know about that because that whole toga crap was.
Yeah, he was just talking shit.
And the whole swinging the Albert Perry, the best he could do in his rebuttal to Jabari about Albert Perry was like, this man don't even know where he's from. He's not even from Carolina. He's from Florida. People, lazy in their research or something he was saying. I was like, wow. Does that change the facts though? So yeah, he tried to definitely pseudorize that bit of information about Albert Perry. Yeah. So now he's basically on Sinetta going through parts of his information that he may not have had time to deliver in the debate.
Definitely. He can't win it. He can't win it in the after. This is over. He just bring it up.
Yeah, but that's all I got. Sorry I couldn't give y'all more. But
that's
I
what
will
not a
say,
yeah.
Crawford whooped that ass last night. Crawford beat that man to a pulp. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was Team Crawford. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was team Earl, but I mean I had picked it at a split decision draw, but last night that fight just showed that Earl Spence, he's a flat-footed fighter going
Hey
up
man,
against the classic Black American style. It's a terrible matchup.
neither of them niggas.
Tore the cover off of him. I saw last night that said he can't beat John. I'm talking about Earl. So, but salute to both of them brothers got paid last night. But yeah, man, Ali Muhammad is funny.
How much money they make?
They're probably gonna end up making about 30 million, 30 million, or for I'm talking about guaranteed up front. And they'll probably end up, who knows what they're gonna make on the back end. If the fight end up doing over 2 million, both dudes can end up taking home over 100 million.
As long as the money, man. Yeah, as long as the money, fam. I don't give a fuck who won or who lost.
Now I'm happy both them brothers got paid. That's why I'm the same way. I got love for both of them dudes. I interviewed both their trainers.
Now one of them got to go train and work hard and hope for a rematch. That's all this shit is.
Now there'll be a rematch in December, and the same is gonna be the same results.
I don't think they're gonna rematch that soon, man. You see his face?
No. Earl Spence is already getting ready to activate his shit. He already said it last night. They're gonna fight again in December.
Better than their contract before the end of the year. You don't get
That's
it
a
in
fact.
again
In December.
Man, he put that work on him though. That boy was
man,
going.
My nigga look drained, man. To me.
Now, do you see that? Bud was bigger than Earl, stronger than Earl, faster than Earl, had better balance than Earl, had better timing than Earl. The counter punching was elite. The punch placement was elite. Right in the first round, when they clutched Earl couldn't get away.
So Earl was drunk.
No, Earl just got his ass wet.
The boy was drunk when he got knocked out.
All that other shit don't even matter. Lucky, you hear all that shit he just said. That shit don't matter. Was Earl drunk? No. He got his ass
off night.
Yeah, he had an off night. He got the cover torn off of him by a better fighter. Terrence Crawford's a better fighter.
Moving on.
Period. Back to Ali Muhammad.
Oh shit. Y'all niggas can get this work now. The Tempest in the building. What's up, bro?
What's good? What's up? Peace, everybody.
What's going on,
man? This hotel ass nigga, man.
Yeah, that nigga called you home. I lost it the other night. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man.
What happened, man?
That nigga started going off before I could even unmute. I said, all right, he got
it. I snapped on that dude, man. That dude, man, he brought you up, man, and then started trying to take shots. I just lost it, bro.
My absence. What type of nigga is that, man? I ain't gonna talk about
That's
him.
how you know you fucked him up, though.
Right. Snap. And then look, Cali turned around and was like, yeah, you was wrong, bro. You didn't have to bring that man up at all. And then out of coincidence said, yeah, Sean gonna defend his brother. You tripping.
I ain't even say that whole step on that show. We was talking about Indians and evolution. That whole time. Motherfuckers get confused by that avatar, man. Thinking niggas one dimensional.
Yeah, crazy, bro.
Then he was on some, this nigga taught himself how to read hieroglyphics. I'm like, where is he getting that from?
It was
he had replayed the video, and he was like, and he when it was high, he used to be high, and he was like, nah, that ain't no excuse. I learned how to read Meta Nature high, smoking weed. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he thought that you were saying you smoke so much that you start learning how to speak it from being high. Like I don't know what that thought you were saying.
Damn. Nah, man, he crazy.
Comprehension, man. Low comprehension.
Yes, it is. Crazy. What y'all on today, though? I see y'all been on here 2 hours.
Yeah, I had to walk down the white slaves and show the shipping records of these white people making pilgrimages to the Americas. So there's a record, there's a shipping records that exist that show Europeans in the 1600s coming from European countries to the Americas. One of the Abos claims is that they came from Africa to the Americas. So yeah, you had to kill that real quick, and then show some other stuff that I found. And then there's a bondage record that exists and a book that exists. I couldn't get the book, but I made mention of it to show that it actually does exist. And where supposedly this book is in Ancestry.com, and where you can get this information to show that the people that was bondaged was between 40 and 50,000 people from Europe who were doing time in European countries, and they just sent their ass over here to get rid of them. How much Central Africa did you have opposed to West? Oh, y'all talking about DNA. What are you talking about, Kelly? You're on mute, Kelly. And Lucky ain't getting up. Lucky asked you.
What you saying? What you saying? You said he asked me a question. What was that, Lucky?
Oh yeah, I was trying to see because you said you didn't took all them DNA tests. So, what was your percentage of Central African as opposed to West African?
I came back with, as far as Central African, I came back with around 15%. I was like 15%, like 60% West African, 60 to 62% West African, anywhere from 10 to 12%. Anywhere from about 10% East African, which is shocking, right? So yeah, but most of it is West African. Most of my genetic makeup is West African, because that comes from my dad's side. My dad's side is heavily West African, especially. But my dad is almost 50% Nigerian, and I got a lot of my genetics from my dad. So that's why most of my West African stuff comes from. West African genetics come from. So.
Now I just was interested because I just been finding out about this Central African part of the whole thing recently, but like fucking with y'all. So it just made me start looking at my people and stuff, and I'm like, it's probably like a high possibility. I never even gave the Central African regions even thought.
Yeah. They part of the struggle.
My mom is majority Central African, her genetic makeup.
They part of the struggle. Angola, Congo, part of the struggle.
Yep. I got both Angola, Cameroon. Well, I got Angola, Cameroon, and Congo in my genetics.
Lucky, you gotta, if you just go look at it, the story around Queen Nzinga. You read the book, it'll show you, like, even though Christianity was heavy there, but there was a reason for that, right? They were enslaving a lot of people in the Congo and Angola region in Central Africa and sending them places. There was a lot of places where these kidnapped people could be sold in the Congo regions.
Remember the Portuguese settled down in the Congo. The Portuguese settled down in the Congo. Did a lot of business in the Congo. They even they sent Jesuits to the Congo. Like they were there, they were in the Congo heavy. And this is
yeah, I ain't know too much about that. Like I said, y'all been kind of catching me up on this stuff over the last 3 weeks. So I got to convince my mom, because she don't, you know how the old people is with the test. But I think I could convince her if I could tie it into the DNA and genealogy and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know, read the book, The Portuguese in West Africa. Read that book by Malanuit. Read that book.
You say, what's the name of it? What's the name of
sources? The Portuguese in West Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look that up, it's by Malanuit.
Get all them letters and shit.
Yep, that shit got hella letters, hella fucking primary sources. Yep, the Portuguese in West Africa, 1415 to 1670, documentary history. Like that shit is full of sources.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I'm grabbing. I'm looking at it now.
Man, you'll be able to see, man, how the Jesuits, man, how when they were inside, inside Central Africa, how they were relaying information to the crown, just giving up all the goddamn interior information. Shit
Well,
was
Gunner
crazy,
said
man.
something that was interesting. He said something about the culture, like that you can see. So I would just maybe like what's some Central African customs that we can see, like in the Carolina region.
This exact book, look. You got to get this exact book. There's a reason why I'm saying this exact book. She's done the most extensive work on Queen Nzinga.
That's that one.
She's got lectures. She's got all of that stuff. And she tells you in her lectures how she obtained this information, bro. She went and got it.
Dr. Linda Haywood or something like that. Linda Haywood.
Yep. She a go-to on Nzinga, bro. She's a go-to on Nzinga.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap in. But you heard my question about the Central African culture? What's some Central African culture that I could reference that's in the Carolina region?
Shit, that's easy. That's easy work. You just have to hold up. You have to go back on the channel. We got some shit.
This also Abo killer right here too. It's at the same time I am trying to do some family research, but this is an easy Abo beater because they say that dumb shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to go back. It's we got some stuff on the channel, on this channel and Kofi channel, on the other channel, Kofi Pieside TV.
I'll watch the recap. Just tell me, just let me know, or you do a good job titling the video, so I probably just got to jump through the titles. Yeah, I watched the throwbacks. I definitely did because y'all be going there,
bro. This I don't know how many years of this shit, but it's there. It's there for sure. Even on the little bills we got on Nzinga, bro. Like, I did some little reading lectures and shit on her too. That's on our Kofi Pieside channel.
She gonna bring that other book out.
Yeah, she holding on.
She found
she was between a rock and a hard place, man. I mean, she had. It was like, how can I explain this? As far as having to sell slaves or give in and have to deal with,
But she came to her conscience though. That's what made her rebel against the slave trade.
That's true.
That's what made her shut down one of the main slave stations. And she had, you know what I'm saying? She was a thorn in their side because she was wrecking shop. But like I said, if you get Linda.
No, she was smart. She had to. She was put in a bad spot.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? But she maneuvered her way around it. She was very intelligent. She was very diplomatic. That's another way to put it.
Very intelligent. The situation. Finesse them white folks as much as possible.
Man, I could have
sworn her people.
Earl Spence.
Took on that Christianity and shit. Say it again.
I did.
What you say?
I did.
Yeah, I had to fight. I had to fight as a draw, but man, this is something. You know, what's funny thing? My homie actually reminded me 3 years ago that I actually had beat Terrence Carver. This is a fight that I should have been able to pick with ease. But Earl being flat-footed, once again, flat-footed fighter versus classic Black American boxer style, it all usually ends one way. Usually ends one way. Crazy, but I just didn't see it because I didn't want to see either one of them lose. To be honest with you,
I don't think Spence been right since that crash, man. For real.
I don't think the crash had nothing to do with that shit, bro. That shit was skill, bro.
Nah, man. I already knew.
You know, Bomac told me 4 years ago. He told me exactly what the fuck they want to do 4 years ago. He said we already know. We already got the blueprint on Spence. Y'all just don't know it. Bomac told me that shit 4 years ago. I still got the interview with him. Bomac told me they was gonna beat the brakes off of Earl 4 years ago.
Yeah, man, that nigga Crawford, man. Hey, he's a man.
That dude, I have not Bud over Floyd, bro. Floyd would have never fought, but he would have never fought Bud or Earl, to be honest with you. He didn't like fighting black dudes in that prime.
Don't put Bud over Floyd.
I'm putting Bud over Floyd.
Not yet, man.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I can't go that far.
I can.
Not that far.
I can.
He on the path though. He on the path.
Nah, I am. Floyd never at 147 pounds. He never fought a brute like Errol Spence in his prime. Never.
Man, listen, Floyd put in all the work.
Floyd went after flat-footed Mexicans. The same thing he's doing with Gervonta Tank Davis. Same fucking blueprint.
Tank ain't even messing with Floyd. They been cut ties, bro. Like,
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. And Floyd was at his last fight. No, they did not. Bro, I'm in it, bro. Step, bro. I'm in boxing, bro. I'm in boxing. No, they're not. He's still with Floyd.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. You in boxing, but do you know what's going on in that camp, though?
Yes, Floyd is still there, bro. Floyd is still there. It's not difficult, bro. I'm telling you, I got PBC contacts right now.
Listen what I'm saying, though.
Bro, he's there.
All right, man. You ain't gonna let me say what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead and say it, bro. I'm just telling you wrong.
I ain't even said it.
Go ahead and say it.
Bro, I tried to say it. I actually did say it. Floyd is not in his camp how he was 2 years ago. He's still there. Yes, he's still present. But he's not training with him how he was 2 fights ago.
No, he's just a promoter, bro.
Okay,
I thought you was trying to say that he want to promote him more. Okay, no, I thought you were saying something else. My bad.
You gotta let me finish. But yeah, that's good. You're in the sport though. That's what's up.
But Floyd, hold on. Floyd is still and they still directing his career and still putting him against flat-footed fighters. Now, unfortunately for Isaac Cruz looked like shit last night, so they're gonna fight some other flat-footed Mexican. And then what they'll do after that is they'll find Isaac Cruz somebody that he can blow away so they can sell that bullshit fight, the fight after that.
So who you got Tank fighting next? Who you think they go?
I forgot. There was other fucking Latin dude. I've got dude name. It's a flat-footed Mexican though.
What about his last fight though? What you saying about his last fight?
He fought a flat-footed Mexican in his last fight. Ryan Garcia's a flat-footed Mexican.
But yeah, he is, but he ain't.
I said, hold on, bro. I said 5 years ago, that Tank would knock out Ryan Garcia. He don't tuck his chin, no head movement, doesn't even utilize the jab, throws the same hook at the same speed over and over and over again. No, never.
His footwork was terrible.
That was a terrible matchup.
Hey man, I heard people saying Sutek was.
Who? Hey, bro, you don't. That's why I say you don't know me, bro. Like I said, I do this.
I don't know who you had that fight. I don't even know you. I wasn't talking to you then.
I know, understand. I know you don't know, but I'm telling you, in my box, I'm part of the Lions Den box community, bro. Nobody in my community had Ryan Garcia. We all knew that was bullshit.
I didn't have him either, though. I'm Tank all the way. I'm Tank.
We don't. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you something. You want to know the reason why we end up getting Terrence Crawford versus Earl Spence? To be honest with you, we're the first ones to come up with the idea of the damn fight. We were building the fight. We had Earl Spence on our channel about 5 years ago. Earl Spence is actually the cousin of one of the members of our boxing community. We've spoken to Terrence Crawford. We've spoken to Bomac, to Derek James, plenty of times, bro. We know about this shit. We was talking about this shit before Terrence Crawford even came up to 147. Before Terrence Crawford even fought for undisputed. Matter of fact, the only reason Terrence Crawford became undisputed at 140 is because we mailed letters and emailed to goddamn IBF, Daryl Peoples. They weren't gonna let it happen. They weren't gonna allow him to fight Julius Ndonga. So we've been fucking with Terrence Crawford since he was fighting on the undercard with cornrows on top ranks. On top rank.
Yeah, I've been watching him a while, man. I ain't into
Like I said, yeah, bro. I'm that guy. I've been around a long time. Like I said, I'm not new to
way
boxing. This is my lane.
more deep into it to me, but yeah, I watch all the fights and shit though. So I've been fucking with Crawford for a long time. Bro.
Yeah. No, I've been to the fights. I've spoken to trainers, fighters, network executives, you name it, bro.
Yeah, you in there. You in there.
Yeah. Eddie Hearn, you know Eddie Hearn, Anthony Joshua's trainer, spoke to him 4 or 5 years ago. Spoke to Joe Joyce. Spoke to Tank Davis, Adrian Broner, all them cats.
What about old boy that be saying he a boxer? What's his name? Be going at it with Asar all the time.
Asar MK or Nethernet?
Nah.
I don't know who that is.
Sean know what I'm talking about. Who is old boy, man, be going at Asar all the time? He a boxer. He from Baltimore.
Netter.
Yeah, Netter.
I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, you know him, Netter? You know Netter?
No, I don't know who that is.
He probably don't know him by that name.
He's boxing.
I don't think he goes by that. Boxing.
Who know Netter is?
But he is from Baltimore. I can ask. I can find out.
Yeah, shout out to Baltimore.
Yeah, I hear you, Callie. You said you ain't new to this. You true to this, huh?
Yeah. No, I come from that. I come from that lane. That's my lane.
Understand.
Like I've been to fights. I've been ringside, sitting next to all these different press reporters that you guys see on YouTube and on ESPN. I've spoke to all these dudes and sat next to them.
Yeah, get that.
So Tech, I thought you said this wasn't gonna be about boxing.
Lucky?
You lied.
I ain't who?
You lied.
I ain't talking about boxing.
You said this is not gonna be about boxing. We ain't come here to talk about boxing, Sutek.
You asked about the Congo, Central African culture and shit.
I wanted to say something though.
I need to get that book too.
Just to illustrate how important it is to get factual information out. And y'all, we gonna have to step up our game. Prime example, just now on Sonetter, on the panel right now, is a young man who says he's from South Africa. And I don't think he's lying. He definitely has a bit of an accent. And he was explaining how, there's an awakening, in Africa, and the young Africans there are trying to figure out their culture and their history. And then he turns around and says that Ali made a very clear presentation to explain our presence in the Americas. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous, but it goes to show you just because this is YouTube or social media does not mean that this isn't happening in real life. It is definitely transferring over into the physical reality of life and into the the minds of the young people, and not just here, but everywhere. So that's a problem. That is a problem. So y'all gonna have to step up y'all game.
Hold on, listen to this real quick just to let you guys know.
No, I don't. That nigga need to broaden his horizons. He need to go find factual information.
Man, he think that's facts. That's a problem.
He on Sonetta. That goes to show that he
I'm just saying though, but that is the
you'll believe that dumb shit if you
logic.
watch Sonetta. I don't care what you say.
Step y'all game up. Y'all gotta go international.
Y'all game tight. We don't need to step shit up.
Go international.
We got almost 600 videos.
International.
Oh, I know. We got the
making TikTok videos now, nigga. That's what she said.
With LaDosha. Hey,
nah, I'm not gonna be pseudo.
No, but he over there like remember we got Young Pharaoh and all kind of super pseudos were born over there on Sonetta.
Sutek on TikTok, y'all dropping videos on TikTok?
Yeah,
Twitter,
I'm on TikTok.
whatever. Yeah. All right,
I ain't
that's all I
Twitter.
had to say though. I
They
was
running
like,
rampant on
damn.
TikTok, bro.
Sorry,
Oh, they
Callie.
growing? They growing over there?
What?
Man, a whole new pseudo world over there, boy.
Yes, it's a whole new pseudo world.
Hey, my daughter gave me to add TikTok. I figured out you can look up recipes and stuff on there and stuff to make food and shit. So get on there and
Little
look at
viral
recipes.
TikTok recipes and shit. You done tried the
Hold
little
on.
smash burgers
Hey,
everybody was talking about?
set up.
I haven't tried.
Listen to this.
Tim, did you know that Anthony Joshua turned down $50 million with 50-50 on the back end? $50 million guaranteed that he asked for. 50-50 on the back end. Wilder wasn't supposed to get anything guaranteed. Anthony Joshua was guaranteed $50 million right up front with 50-50 on the back end. No, it's true. It's been confirmed. Eddie Hearns admitted it. I know about that. Yeah, but what would you say about him turning it down after he asked for it and he got it? After he asked for it. He asked for it. It's on video. He asked for $50 million. Wilder offered to him, and then he declined it. It was $50 million guaranteed with
Who you talking
50-50
to,
on the
Eddie
back
Hearn?
end.
No, that was Tim Bradley.
He was looking for $50 million guaranteed.
Oh.
That's what he asked for.
That's you talking?
Suck your
That's me
ass,
talking
man.
to Tim Bradley. Yeah.
Dang. That nigga aggressive.
Yeah, that's him.
I told you. I tell you.
And he said, nah, nigga, it's true.
He pushing
Nigga
down
said,
on
nah,
you.
nigga, that shit true, nigga.
Hey, Callie sound like he was wanting to fight him with me answering that shit right.
Bro, I interviewed with him. He said, Luis Ortiz.
Yo, this is Callie. Do you think that Anthony Joshua?
So I interviewed all kind of cats, bro. Like I said, Luis Ortiz's managers, those are my friends and my homies. So, like I said, I have connections with in the sport of boxing, and I used to cover boxing, but you know, a lot of fuck shit.
Connected, man.
A lot of fuck shit in the sport of boxing. Just put it that way. Setep. A lot of fuck shit going on in the sport of boxing. A bunch of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like that.
That's why I don't cover this media no more. Motherfuckers want you to do certain things. I remember they wanted me to make videos about Lomachenko being the best fighter ever.
Fuck nah, man.
Let's put it that way. I'm being dead ass serious, bro. They said, well, you can get, we can make sure that you get press pass, but you need to make this video.
So that
Evan Korn, top rank.
Fuck Lomachenko.
Crybaby ass nigga, man. Oh yeah, that's the retro.
Yeah, this shit 3 years old, man.
Shit feel like yesterday. I know when you did this shit.
It's crazy, bro.
Shy One would say this is pseudo.
And that nigga gotta learn the difference between general life and human life first.
They still over there arguing.
Shit, A1 over there doing the recap too.
You know what's pop up? Matt Hoffa and Robert Kennedy, another interview popped up in my homepage.
You know that A1 ain't doing no damn recap. They over there licking wounds, making lies.
Ah, that's when I see it then, huh?
Shit, it might be.
Look at Sean right there, black inside. Look at
yeah, man. I was
he was
snapping
in
it.
jail. Hey man, I couldn't watch that Robert Kennedy interview. Have you heard his fucking voice?
Yeah, motherfucker crazy.
Bro, it's like, bro, I can't even. It's hard. Like, it's hard to even watch the interview. Like, I tried twice. I can't even watch it. Like, he can barely talk. Like,
yeah, that's how he talk like he good.
His whole life.
Boy, it sound like
he needs to sit
DLC.
down, man. You don't need to be in public speaking with a voice like that.
That nigga pseudo. That's what happened.
You need to go back to catch some snakes. He rocking off the last name.
Yep.
That's nepotism right there.
You said who live? This dude?
He said A1.
A1. A2.
Oh.
Yeah, primitive one. P1.
All that internet.
Yeah, he
that nigga
live.
shit started beaming up in the middle of a conversation.
Nah,
he
they
got
got
the
an
recap
AOL. That's
plan.
what's so funny.
He got the
Yeah,
recap
so
plan.
they licking. They're not even. They don't want to. Come on, man. You know they ain't finna. Come on, man.
You think you gonna let me on?
Yeah, pull up on him. No. This if it was AP, he'll let you on. But yeah, go ahead. He ain't gonna let you on though. A1 is the.
A1 be crying and shit.
He the king hoe. He the one who gonna put you off.
Hey, you think I gotta change my name? Let me change my name. Let me cut my camera
sure
off.
gotta change your name. Yeah, make your shit
different avatar.
Be chief something, Sean. That's all you gotta be.
Yeah,
that's why I
you
made
should
a
get
fake Abo profile.
tribal clan.
Infiltrate them nigga shit.
Copper colored.
Running bull, chief buffalo.
Copper colored tribe. Copper colored tribe is what you should make your name.
Nah, I can't do that. I gotta go with Big Chief. Hold on, let me look up an Indian chief.
Hey, who is
Pato, what is that nigga they always talking about? The Indian, that cigar store Indian.
Ah, I got it right here. Where did
And make sure you get an Indian avatar too. Get an Indian.
Y'all can see my screen. I'm doing all this shit live.
He gonna let you in too. You got a big elbow on your shit. He gonna let you right in.
Make sure your name start with X.
Manolito Hasenjil Hajini. Chief Manolito.
I'm about to go in there in my Abo profile.
Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation, my nigga.
Oh, they don't think you a real Indian. They gonna kick your ass out.
Yeah, they right, man. Yeah, you gotta claim your Mossy, Sean. You tripping. You got, you know what I'm saying? You gotta bang old man.
Don't be too trill of that motherfucker. They don't even like the real Indians. That's crazy.
Right.
How you get past that? But see, they don't want to go up against the real ones because that's gonna discredit them.
Yeah, they gotta, for their story to work, they gotta tear down all type of shit. Slave trade. White folks gotta be the ones slaved instead of black folks.
These niggas, I ain't gonna say it.
This nigga on the panel earlier said that the term "more" came from the word "moo." I said, "But these niggas outraged."
All right,
I think I got a picture on here. I should. Hold up. My Canva.
What does moo mean?
Yeah, shit, ain't no t-
Hey, I'm gonna put a black dude up here with feathers and everything. He West African. He come from West African tribe. They just got the feathers in their shit. They don't think this motherfucker live all day. We finna have
he gonna ask you to send that to him. He gonna be like, "Yeah, brother, where you got that picture?"
You got the AI Indians.
All right, what y'all think about Kevin Gates though?
Nigga,
I don't have no thoughts on that, man. I ain't got no thoughts on that, brother.
Don't you?
I can't do it no more.
I listen to his music, but that nigga pseudo.
Yeah, that nigga elbow mo.
Nah, that nigga music pseudo. Now I can't even fuck with buddy.
I ain't heard nothing in a minute. He got some new shit.
I ain't heard nothing either since he was rocking that ponytail.
I don't be checking for that nigga.
Yo, I'm telling you.
Got the ponytail with the single goose feather on that motherfucker.
Beyond 200 years ago.
Right.
They wasn't in no power. All of these stories is face on, face off. Take your face off of that the original, and then put their face on it, so you'll believe that it all line up to them putting you in slavery.
Because
Right.
you find out that they was in
What?
slavery at the time that they said
Yo,
that
I
they
just beat the.
in
Oh, yeah,
slavery.
yeah, I got to get on, yo. I got to get on because he's got to explain to me
You see what I'm saying?
how these white people came directly from Europe to the Americas. Oh, hell yeah, nigga. I got this nigga, yo. Hold up. I'm working on my avatar right now. Y'all got to give me a second. I got this dope ass shit that I got in my hangout. Now I'm trying to find. Got so much shit in this motherfucker, man.
Hey, whose name is
That
that
nigga
with
sound
say
like
Lucky MBTC? Somebody on here.
You say what?
Somebody on here named Lucky BTC.
That's
yeah, that's
Bitcoin luck.
Hey, that BTC set up a Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a DNS, like a DNS.
Man, them niggas just be making shit up on the fly, bro. This shit don't be making no sense, bro.
Niggas
Nah, it ain't
teach that cryptocurrency courses.
You said what?
And looking at their videos
That
and
niggas should tell me
you know,
some
professors and
cryptocurrency courses.
archaeologists and
He's
anthropologists,
gonna put
and they know that the way history say that the Indians, the Native Americans, the Mongolians came in and killed everybody on this land. Them motherfuckers cracking up because they know that was a false narrative that the people that was already here before the Native Americans was not killed off by them Native Americans. They know that. These people know the truth.
What the fuck is he saying, yo?
Man, these people got 25 different plays that they running on us, man. They running on what? They running that you was slaves. Then Indian was slaves. Then when you find out
They
that
never ran the Indian was slave, yo. They said they enslaved the Indians.
They're telling us these plays that we research and that we find that Jabari finding.
Y'all
He's
got me
saying that these
fucked
are
up,
asinine
nigga.
claims. That sounds preposterous. No, there's
Boom.
no fucking proof. In reality, you have to sit here and say, wait a minute, bro.
Mute
They're not
you
telling you the Indian slavery. Then they ain't telling you they bought 300,000 slaves or white slaves over here.
Wow. I'm on that
line of event. They telling you that the Civil War
So you
was
added somebody to the panel.
The Civil War was to free white people, bro.
Now I was gonna say,
I'm all in the chat commenting.
Hey, that's me. You gotta mute.
That too.
Y'all gotta mute.
White people original
There's so many different plays to where we fumbling because we can't understand it. We
Mute,
can't
Kelly.
grasp
So they won't hear you.
about what the truth and what's not the truth.
I heard what you said earlier too.
Cool.
About my courses. You ain't slick, dude.
300,000 white slaves were brought in the original.
Hold on, y'all, because I'm on the panel. Hold on. Here we go. You can let me talk.
Oh, this gonna be good.
Nigga in the chat said the white reptilian Martians. You see that shit, Sutet?
Man, see, that's what I was gonna say earlier. I'm like, they probably believe in all that.
Hey, man, y'all gonna get me kicked off.
I ain't want to say it though, cause you know they just had that UFO debriefing, so they gave them a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, your whole reality. Listen. The Civil War was the slaves fighting to get their status changed from being slaves, brother. That's what the Civil War was about.
I'm gonna add to what you just said. Now, A1, remember when you did I call it a lesson plan. Like I said, y'all professors, you know what I'm saying? And like I don't mind the profanity or how we handle things because that's the nature of our people. So when y'all talking to our people, you know what I'm saying? So I don't care if y'all talk a certain way because we talking to our own nature. If y'all understand what I'm saying, like we dealing with us, so we don't gotta act like one brother told me to further my business because I work for myself. I got my own company, but one brother was like, "Yo, to further your business, you're not clean cut. You need to cut your locks off." And he like 45, but this other brother who's like 65, he said, "Man, we ain't doing that no more. Our people done did that enough, man. You gonna keep your goddamn locks. You ain't cutting off nothing, man. You do good work. You know what I'm saying? You remodel these homes, you ain't cutting off a damn thing. If
Hey,
you cut your
brother.
locks,
Hey, not to cut that brother off, but that's an excellent point that he made. They had something in Congress about 10 years back of nappy hair shit. You know, wanting us to cut off.
They did. Cut that little girl's locks off. Yeah.
You're right. Don't cut that shit off.
Y'all remember the boy who was wrestling?
Hold on real quick. That's the new way of
right.
discriminate, that they discriminated against us.
Right. Yeah, the boy that was wrestling. He right. The boy that was wrestling too. Yeah.
Now the reason that they do that is because it goes into a scientific fact, right? And the scientific fact is that I'm only like 20% on this, what I've been studying. But the coils in our hair is actually not hair, it's antennas.
That's a
you
fact.
Know what I'm saying?
It's an extension of your nervous system.
Yeah, this is why any one of you brothers in the chat, as a child, y'all ever been sweeping your house with a broom and then like washing clothes at the same time and take a shirt or something out the dryer and then you feel this like electrical shock when you touch it? That's because your hair is actually antennas. Now, most likely that only happens when you actually have like a small fro or if you ain't got your hair cut in like 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Or if you got a big
your
hair is antennas.
For men and women,
What we talking about?
For women, it sends off pheromones.
Trying to cut bugs or something, nigga.
It blocks the pores to send
Your
off
hair
the
is
pheromones
antennas,
are natural love signals.
Yeah, they tapping into that original pseudos of Sinetta. That's what they doing.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You could like it's something that only we can smell, but with the fact that a lot of people don't got their real hair, right? And their hair is tied down, right?
Yeah.
So you don't get that effect like that. And that's another way of how they interact. They kind of like fucked up our system dealing with love and everything.
Come on, bro.
And can I say this real quick? You know, from my research, you know, the hair is also, it's a deterrent. It's a deterrent. Basically, it protects your body from impurities getting into it.
That too, yeah.
Let's see how far I
the
get.
hair has a,
Let's
but
see how
like
far
you
I
said,
get.
the hair is definitely an
Being
extension
real
of your
patient
nervous
right
system, man.
Right.
And it definitely
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And it sends
Yeah,
off that's how you able to sense like love, man. When we had the afros and the women had the afros, man, it was going down.
We was black and white then, nigga.
Because you know, I ain't no offense to nobody, you know what I'm saying, who may wear you know, a weave or a wig or whatever. No, I'm saying that truthfully. I ain't trying to be funny because everybody got their different situations, man. Motherfucker might not feel like getting up in the morning fixing that shit up. You know, this is what a lot of women tell me. But go ahead.
Do the niggas hair still getting nappy? Got them BBs? And that shit kind of perm now, ain't it?
Yo, but I'm gonna tell you something about brothers with BBs. That's the strongest, that's the most powerful our hair could be. When you think about it, the more coil you have to your hair, the more powerful it is. So you want your child to have the BBs. You're not trying to comb his shit. Like dude, combing your hair ain't natural. Combing your hair is
Man, that shit used
appealing.
to hurt like a motherfucker, dog.
Yeah, man, my middle brother was tender headed. Yo, he'll cry if you barely touch his hair with a comb back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Africans got BBs.
Nigga, that shit hurt, nigga. Anytime motherfucker picking your hair and your hair pulling with the pick, that shit hurt, nigga. They like, man. Hey, look, let's get a little bit back. Look. Hey, look, we're gonna get back in a little bit into this video right here because as they going on, we're gonna break this shit down though. But peace to guys, man. Definitely, man.
Peace, bro. How y'all doing?
Halito, my brother.
A1, did anyone address why that was covering strategically certain slides, certain maps with that poll crap and the bullshit that moderator was pulling?
Yo, brother, not to cut you off. I just heard these brothers say something I never heard before. So I need to get educated real quick. What's Halito?
Halito mean high in Choctaw, but Cherokee will be oh my god, it start with a C. But Halito means high.
But this nigga elbow.
All right, word. I appreciate that. Word. Yeah.
Brother, for the A1.
Yes, sir.
Hey, before you play the video, I wanted to ask you a question, brother. Because I've been trying to dig up some stuff, you know what I mean, about the white slaves and the whole nine, right? Do you got any evidence or any like ship manifest that we can use, man, so that we can refute these fools talking about
you
the
talking about
thing?
source? Like, I got plenty of sources, but it's like if you want to do I don't really be getting all into the genealogy because sometimes that shit takes too much time, right? Like you could trace down, you could do ship records. I got ship records on my computer, but that shit, like for me, I don't even need to connect it like that. Just the fact that slaves is being bought here, and just the fact that Negroes was owning slaves is something that anyone, and they're not telling you about it.
I'm saying
they never
I'm gonna add to that.
Real quick, another point is that Great Britain was sending we got records that Great Britain was sending their unwanted over to America also. Go ahead, y'all got.
I do got that. I do got the bondage. I do got the bondage documents of the 50,000 that was sent over here because they was in prison. But I'm talking about, like the other people.
And I want to add to that, yo. I want to add to what both of you brothers just said, because a lot of people don't understand when you speak on Great Britain. A lot of people don't understand that there was a time that we was kings and rulers.
They set up.
We rule.
Hold on.
Go ahead, because they want to know where I'm getting at with this.
That time, understand, this, brother. That time wasn't that long ago, bro.
Yeah,
wasn't that fucking long.
Yeah,
these niggas just created, like, even Queen Elizabeth. Her family is the first dramatic Germans. They're not German, they Slavic.
Yo, A1. 10 years ago, a little black girl in England, she was just doing a school project, right? She was doing this, and anybody in the chat can look this up. This public information. The girl was doing a school project, and so everybody got to do their own project. Y'all know how we do projects on the presidents or Martin Luther King and all that there. So she decided to do one on the rulers of England. So what she came up was that she did the genealogy of the rulers of England, and she went back to a black family, and she actually traced that black family to a little black girl that was adopted, who is still in England today, and literally said that girl's family is supposed to be the rulers of England today.
You know what the play is? The play is just like they did here, right? So one mulatto from an Aboriginal, right? He went on and his whole family became Indians because he's 36 or he's 1/36 Indian or whatever. So that means out of every 36, one of them was an Indian, right? According to when you. So that's the same play that they ran here.
And that's what I was about to say. I appreciate that because you just reminded me what I was about to say to the brother who just asked a question about 3 minutes ago. If you ever want to prove anything to anybody, this is the easiest way to do it. And I've been doing this for the last couple months. The U.S. Census is proof of everything that A1 be talking about. The U.S. Census is proof of everything because of the classification.
I told
The
y'all.
U.S. Census started in,
That's
I
why I
think,
use the documents.
1780, or they say they founded
Because them
America.
1790,
documents
yeah, around
is
Yeah,
1790.
you know what I'm saying? But when you
But
look at
remember
the
too,
shit.
remember that too, right? There's two different types. There's a type that was revised where it got black and white on
Oh,
the
here we
original
go.
one, and that's bullshit, right? And then
Ain't no
then it's the
goddamn revised
original
census
one that
record,
you can
Joe.
get from the congressional records that actually
Ain't
has
no
in plain
revised
name.
census
It
records.
don't
that's
have
the one I'm
no
talking about.
race. It has no
Make me blow my.
race.
You better make me
It
blow my
has no
cover.
motherfucking and then only and you know what you do see? You see free white person. Now,
Yeah.
some people say free
Come
white
on,
person,
yo.
we was white first. I get all of that. But
What?
in the contents of we are enumerating them. They're the
Yeah,
ones
but
who
see,
enumerate.
when they say whenever you see a
Nigga,
black
talk too
freedman
much,
in this country,
Joe.
you got two different kinds of black freedmen.
Nigga
You
talking too
got the
goddamn
brothers
much.
that was from other planes who came over here working for certain brothers, but then a lot of us brothers, we wound up getting ourselves in contracts. You know what I'm saying? So when you under contract, you under that contract, but when your contract is up, you free from that contract. You know what I'm
After 4
saying? And
years.
so when you see freedmen, whenever you see the term freedman on a brother that actually has time, like if you, for example, I saw A1 last week. I saw A1 a screenshot of my family having a family reunion, like
Oh,
last
yeah.
month in
Good old
Louisiana. Man, Homer,
real talk.
Louisiana got parishes, not counties. We got parishes
We talk
by
too
the
goddamn much.
order of Rome. Because when they changed the name to everything, if you go back to the 15 and 1400s, you'll see that
That's this bitch
Louisiana
wild,
was
yo.
Rome,
This nigga keep
not
talking.
the area that they call Rome today. They changed everything. You know what I'm saying? They took all our prominent blacks from back in the day, and they changed them to like they changed their likeness and all of that. They didn't just do it to Jesus, nigga. Like most people be like, oh, they changed Jesus from a black to a white man. Nah, nigga, it wasn't just that, brother. They did that to a lot of brothers. They turned Samson to Hercules. You know what I'm
But
saying? You get
it's even
Beowulf.
people. Look, it's even people of nowadays, brother, that did in the 1900s with the people who they killed off on the Titanic, and these people took their names. They took their names. They
Yo,
took it.
A1, I just found out that most of the prominent people on the Titanic was actually blacks. Nigga, I
Yeah,
didn't know this. They killed
and
off, they
where
killed off black millionaires with that shit.
where did the
This nigga
Titanic
just said
leave
it was
from?
black people on the Titanic. God damn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, brother, real quick. Now,
I just
No,
asked a question.
I want to A1 to
Asked a
go in
question. Hold
because
on. I just asked a question. Hold up.
I only learned this shit when they did the submarine shit. You know what I'm
Yeah. So
saying?
look,
That's how I found out. I only
but
known
look,
about brothers being on the Titanic about 2 weeks now.
it left from New
So
York. It left from New York. So it would have had J.P. Morgan Chase on there and some of these other individuals, and they
yeah.
took Jacob Astor and all this other shit, bro. And they lie about all this shit. But look,
And
I've
every
heard
time
that
you brothers
before
say New
too.
York, I'm
That
gonna
they
keep
took
saying
those
Oyster
names.
Island. Cause New York real name is Oyster Island or or Old Amsterdam. That's why on the if you ever buy
On
a
land
bottle of New
deeds.
well, you say New
yeah,
York, New York is Manhattan.
Mahata. Okay.
Manhattan. That's the real name of it.
Yeah, that's a real.
Okay, yeah.
And each of the 5 islands has different names. Manhattan is New York City. When you go out on Long Island, that's Montauk. When you go out to Staten Island area, that's Shinnecock. And you know what I'm saying? So a lot, but they were still the same time.
A1
They just got
cooking, yo.
different names.
A1 cooking, yo.
They just got different names. They just got different names. But these are not no
Yeah.
primitive people. And
Yo,
see, if I was out, hold up, real quick. I'm gonna go let you go in. Then I'm gonna play the video because I don't want to
damn,
go back and
hurry
forth
up.
because we know it's gonna be some other content to where we're gonna have to stop and we're gonna have to address it, right? So
Yeah.
even when you get into New York, They lying about everything. All that shit
Shoot,
they lying about.
shit.
Nobody
Cause
sold
how
no
could the
island.
oldest civilization be
Bro,
primitive,
let
man?
this nigga finish,
Yes.
yo. He
Go
just
ahead, my brother. What you gonna add to the bill, bro?
yeah, real quick, because I just ran across something, just trying to do my due diligence, right? Like you say, do your due diligence. And did you know that they got ship manifests of these Europeans, coming from England to the Americas, about millions of them, and they all labeled as pilgrims. Did you know that?
And that's coming. They not coming over here freely. They coming over here as slaves, as servants.
Nah, they said they called them pilgrims, yo. They didn't call them slaves.
Nah,
But yo,
they
check
don't
it though.
have to
Check it
call them
though.
slaves. They don't have to
Saying,
call them
that's what you
slaves. They
saying.
Check it
automatically
though.
are slaves.
They came over here with hat in hand, right? And they put on that front like they just needed some help to get their situation under control. So us
Hey,
being
move my mic.
civilized people,
Go back and clip
we
that shit.
greet them like, yo, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? No different than our nature. We not racist as people. If somebody hurting, we gonna help out. You know what I'm saying? So when we did that, we helped those brothers get free from the situation that they was in, and they turned around and bit us in the ass. You see what I'm saying? They didn't honor what they were supposed to honor, because if we own everything,
They can't honor nothing, brother. Listen, they ain't had no. How somebody gonna come in your house and tell you what you gonna be doing? That shit happened later on. That shit happened after they was freed after 1865.
They call
So a lot of the shit that they teaching us, a lot of stuff that they telling you, it didn't happen till later on, and they going back in history.
1600s though.
Bro,
Man, I can go back till the early 2000s.
I can show you in 1680 that they brought Slavs over here to Virginia. You understand what I'm saying? These people were slaves. These people ain't
and
come
the
over
first
here.
amount, you still got the sign in Virginia today. The first amount was 26 or 27 or some shit like that. It wasn't even that many Africans, and it was white boys. But when you see African, we train to think that's us, right?
A Slav, listen, a Slav is every European ethnicity on the planet, nigga. Or even the ones with dark hair who have our ancestry in them, right? All Europeans, or what you think of Europeans, or what you think white people are Slavics.
Well, they call them our
All of
names,
them.
yo. Did you know that? You know they have their first and last name on there on the ship record, and they ain't got no Slav or nothing like that.
So what names? What kind of names they got?
Yeah. So they got their names on here as John Black, William Black, James Blackburn. That's in the A. They got it in alphabetical order. In the B's, that's how they got it. In the A's, just to name a few: Daniel Abbott, Joe and Mary Abbott, Richard Abbott, Edward Abbs, Joe Abbott.
And where are they coming from again?
They're coming from many European nations. They come from Europe, bro. They're coming from Europe.
What part in Europe? What part in Europe, though?
All right, so some are coming from England, Plymouth.
Okay.
Let's keep it there,
England.
All right, London.
Okay.
Cowes, England.
Okay.
Gravesend, England.
And it's telling you, and what is their ethnicity again?
Yeah, they're Europeans, yo. They got
all right. So you do know at that point in time, Europeans was niggas, right?
Well, when you go to ancestry.com, they're white people.
Of course.
That's what I.
Of course.
Now y'all getting into the point that I was about to make
There
earlier.
we get somewhere.
No.
Now y'all getting to the point that I was about to make earlier.
One mic.
All right, go and handle your business, brother.
Hey, look. The way we gonna do this over here, y'all. Whoever want to address that, go ahead and address that. But we got to get back to the video because it's a lot of content that we're gonna have to break down.
And you young brothers need to just calm a bit, chill yourself. Not just that A1 is trying to show this video. We understand it's exciting when you come into your awareness. In this community, there's a lot of veterans over here. So when you keep asking us, do we know, the reason we don't respond to you is that's old news, okay? What we're saying to you is, regardless of you're coming into this knowledge currently, you are still amongst a minority numerically. I would argue it's less than 5%. Even if I would be conservative, be fair, that's 10%. That means 9 out of 10 people will be very dangerous to you if you're not careful on how you handle your communication and you share this information, even amongst your own immediate family members. Now, A1, in answering your question, because there's a documentary that's out right now on YouTube, this John Jacob Astor. This Astor family, they are trying to prove to you are white with these white descendants. So could you please share that with these young brothers about the whitewashing that we don't seem to be clearly understanding? And even these European names they want to try to tell you is your slave masters, they originated in the Americas. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to get it back into the video. I'm just going to say this, and I'm
right,
going to get back into the video. In the 1600s, who you think is Europeans is white people. I mean, black people. Now, a lot of them are fleeing persecution of Christianity, right? A lot of them, right? But there are some exceptions.
And that's why they call them pilgrims. Go ahead.
And that's an exception to the rule, right? But understand this, right? The Europeans that came in were Slavics. They were Slavic. They weren't even calling them Europeans at that point in time because they weren't no citizens of nowhere. They're not indigenous to nowhere. That's why when they came here, they're not indigenous. But what happened is that, let's get into the video. We can get back to that, man. Peace to God. Peace to God.
Kings, first of all, the folks that are dead look different than the folks that are in the chair. I'm just doing the same look-a-ship he is.
All right, yo.
And
Reggie, you see Reggie comment. You see Reggie comment.
I mean, come on. If Reggie says this, that means I won. Y'all know that. If Reggie says it's a tie, that means I won.
I know why Reggie's mad at me.
Reggie spent a month. Mayweather never lumped it.
Errol's right now, but Crawford knocked his ass out last year. Your head is a knot right now, bro. Like, what? I lumped you up, bro. Hey, everybody on this panel know I lumped you up today, bro.
Hey, all right, hold on. I'm about to, I want to get the my man right here. The how you pronounce your name, brother? K apostrophe N.
Ken.
Ken.
Yeah, you can call me. You say Ken. Ken works.
All right, Ken. What do you think about the debate, man? What do you think?
So I do have a question for Chief Ali and Brother Jabbar.
Tell us.
But my perspective. Sure. Yeah, my perspective is Ali washed Jabari, and I think he especially did it in the first round because he established that you had a Black Aboriginal American Black people presence that was, like a nation established, well established, well before there was any slave trades, shipping, people being brought like at huge numbers, mass numbers, where these people were all over the country. So on top of that, and the fact that when you had the Q&A, Ali answered masterfully every question, and Jabari couldn't answer none. You know what I mean? Like he didn't he tried, respect, you know what I mean? But he didn't really answer no questions. Like admittedly, he said he did, and then he shifted it to I think you can't trust anything Ali said. Whatever, but everybody knew what that was. You know what I mean? But I respected it. Was a great debate. I love how this was like how the setup was. You know what I mean? Like compared to how it used to be. Even this is like the modern day
professional, right?
Yeah, very much so. I dig that a lot. You know what I mean? But to my question, okay, I'll start with Jabari first. Question to Jabari. So when you have the statement that the Inca stones were fake, right? Did you also pick up on the fact that Ali mentioned that there were Spanish explorers that talked about it and discussed it and well before the person that you said faked it in kind of recent times? Do you acknowledge that perspective and the fact that those duplicates? I didn't know that part, that those duplicates were made for tourism. I didn't know that part. I was aware, just based on the being in the university studies. But were you aware? Did you pick up on that? Because your point was the gentleman who proved that it was fake or something like that. But you have explorers that was well before that talked about the Inca stones. What was your perspective of that?
It sounds to me like you're really trying to fix something that your boy did wrong. The reality is, he said that there were copies used for commerce and all this other stuff. That's not what the sources say. That's not what the sources say. This is from Atlas Obscura, and it very clearly says, why would he use this? Look at this. The first stones turned up from the property of a local farmer, Basilio Ushia, right? Who brought them to the attention of the good doctor. But then let's go down here. But following a BBC special chronicle of the stones in 1973, Ushia admitted to carving the stones in himself and artificially aging them in order to pass them off as ancient artifacts. The reality is, you are trying to say something that the sources don't. Do some research on the stones. It has been a long time. We're talking, listen, 50 years since people have acknowledged that this is a hoax. And for you to also say that you thought that he supported that there were lots of people here in the beginning that were Black and indigenous. I don't know what you were watching. I even explained that much of what he did show what European explorers said. And he showed pictures and said, these are Black people. Because they're dark? Really? So everyone dark is Black. Is that what he's saying? Yes. And then also, he said very confidently that when you look at the Jesuit, by the way, it's Jesuit letters. If you can't pronounce something, you're not that familiar with it. That's what I'm trying to say. What do you mean?
I can't say if someone doesn't enunciate something they don't have a knowledge of. Enunciate it like the way someone else enunciates.
You're not.
Is everyone who uses a reference Ethiopian saying that everyone is Ethiopian, or they appear in appearances to look like what would be called Ethiopians? And why did they use the word Ethiopian at that time?
Because it was a description. Ethiopian just means dark, burnt people. So it's like it's a description thing. So that's why he used it. And that's why a lot of these people is using these descriptions to give you a descriptive understanding of what the people look like here. Now, this thing will say, now you got some people who are actually archaeologists, right? Who's saying that the Inca stones is real. Some of them are real.
No, you don't.
See, that's what Ali Muhammad should have had up there. The ones
No, you don't.
the same people with the credentials who are archaeologists. Jabari not an archaeologist. The person who's refuting the information is an archaeologist. So now you have to find an actual archaeologist to say that
And that means we have to have competing white scholars, right? Because of course the white man's ice is colder. And if you don't have someone considered to be a supposed European certified scholar from these same institutions that are confiscating and suppressing the information, doesn't the British Museum, the Louvre, the Vatican have tremendous vaults of shit that's still not being revealed to the public? Isn't the Mormon church sitting on something that's called Iron Mountain and a fucking vault of over billions?
Alabama, that's the point I made earlier,
idea
brother.
what the hell they have accumulated. Go ahead, Big Bob.
And also, the point that Alabama made is an excellent point. And also that nobody ain't saying their origin. It's only our origin. Nobody ain't talking about their origin. Go ahead, y'all got it.
Why is it just got to be us? Why everything has to pinpoint at us?
Do you know the fact that you're asking the question is the agenda of eugenics, correct? I know you're very insightful, Kusa, and you're reflexive. But isn't the fact that the question is raised, what's behind the question? targeting niggas.
It's sad to say. It's sad to say.
Yeah, that's a fact. So let's get back into it.
Have any of you analyzed the English songs?
Because if you had done a lot of research, you would
Ignore my
understand.
question.
Anyway, he said that the Jesuit letters describe.
You see the silence of the simple question he
They don't
asked.
say that.
Have you analyzed
He
and
also
studied the
said
song?
that
Which proves
that,
they don't do the actual
brother, I
research.
showed it to the audience.
Didn't hear you, Alabama.
Now,
He showed the receipts of the people in there, in like word by word in those letters.
Ali crazy.
It's not your turn to talk right now, brother. It isn't.
Apologies, my bad.
Also talks about Giovanni Verrazzano, and even on his screen, it says Giovanni said that they are dark, not unlike Ethiopian. But then 2 lines down, he says their features are like the Oriental. 2 lines. He didn't read that. It was on the screen.
Let me see that again. Jabbar. I don't believe you.
Show it to you.
Show it to you. A1, pause it there for a moment. Because Oriental is a similar phrase that can be used to describe as Ethiopian. And so this isn't Oriental until they created those classifications of pseudoscience. Wasn't it a Negroid reference or a dark complexioned person when you refer to someone from being Oriental? See, he does this specious thing of manipulating people's contemporary understanding of things without putting the effective context of what was going on with people who were encountering us, who knew we were here, by the way, while lying about it, saying that they were discovering the new world.
Well, they ain't discovering nothing. That's what they put. Listen, that's what they put in New Texas. They didn't come here and discover nothing. The Romans or the people who follow the so-called.
This dude literally ignored my question.
Knew what they was doing. They was following out the doctrine of discovery. Go through lands and then
Alabama tried to speak on it
and put them under perpetual servitude.
But you heard what he said.
Convert them to Catholicism or Christianity.
The mere fact that you asking the question just shows that you wasn't paying attention.
Oh, this the new
yeah, he wasn't
And
answering.
today it would be called eugenics, right, my good brother?
Yeah,
that's the first.
Hold on, I'm
That's
going
the
back
first,
in. They got to talk to me.
introduction into eugenics. Well, yes and no.
I think we messing eugenics up.
You say what?
I think we're messing eugenics up based on what's being said.
Why you say that?
Because the origins of eugenics comes after all this other stuff, right?
But the beginning of it come from the doctrine of discovery.
Oh,
That's the shit
eugenics?
that put all of this shit.
And also Darwinism.
Eugenics wasn't
Don't forget,
until
Darwinism is a part of eugenics, brother.
Everybody under eugenics. But hold up. Everybody under eugenics, was they not Christians? Or Jews?
I don't get into the religious affiliation. I understand.
You got to, because that's part of the doctrine. The doctrine of discovery is being pushed by Romans, Catholics.
I'm not denying the doctrine. You know,
but you have to understand that. If you don't understand the doctrine of discovery, then you don't understand what happened. Because
no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying I'm not getting into their religious ideology. I totally
no.
Yeah, young brother, we don't have to get into their religious philosophy. The agenda was laid out by the Vatican. All other Christians who call themselves or think they are not Catholic by defining themselves as Protestants. Martin Luther never renounced Catholicism. He was a Catholic bishop. He protested against the corruption of the powers that be that ran the Holy Roman Empire. He did not say he didn't believe any longer in the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, which is referred to as the Trinity. He didn't say he no longer believed in the resurrection, 3 days and ascension after crucifixion. He never said he disavowed patriarchy and the use of women and matriarchy as slaves. He never disavowed any of those things. And he certainly didn't distance himself from the so-called piety of being supposedly celibate and covering pedophilia and homosexuality, all of which
What does that have
existed
to do with
thousands of years ago in the Holy Roman so-called imperial universal church. That's all Catholic means. Catholic means universal. So all other people who profess Christianity fall under Catholicism, just as A1 said. But go
Now,
ahead.
what does that have to do with eugenics?
What you mean? Eugenics
Margaret
is.
Sanger.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
let me answer him specifically on that.
Oh, be
No,
clear.
no,
But be
Margaret
clear.
Sanger
we're talking about
and the
something
Eugenics
that's
Society was founded at Yale University. Those are both Protestants, and Yale University is a Protestant institution. But go ahead, A1.
It goes
No, we
back.
good. I'm gonna have to play the video. No, we good. We good. We'll get back into the eugenics part of it.
Yeah, because we all over the place on the dates, and that's not right.
Nah, we not. But listen, understand the whole play. The whole play of eugenics is coming from the Catholic Church, brother.
It can't
That's
be
the
not
wrong.
established until the 1880s.
No. Listen. The creation of it at whatever time it was created by Roman operatives, bro.
A Roman operative created eugenics,
Yes.
not knowing what the hell that they were creating.
No, they knew what they was creating.
They did it for Rome, brother.
They didn't know Darwin didn't exist to even blame it on Darwin, and someone blamed it on Darwin a minute ago.
Brother, Darwin knew what they was doing. They had an agenda. They didn't mistakenly just do.
But why did Darwin go against it?
Say that again.
Why did Darwin go against what they were doing?
Darwin went against who?
You said that they knew what they were doing. Darwin knew what they were doing. But whoever
what you talking about? Natural selection, and that's why he created evolution, or natural selection? Listen, my dude. Let's play the video. We'll get back into that, brother. I understand, brother. Oh, my dude. Let's just kill it, bro. We'll get back into it. We had that conversation another time.
The apples are going to say he won regardless. I mean, that's just we know this about y'all. But the reality is, he did not afford himself well. Listen, Ankh and I, we brothers, but we're not buddies. We argue all the time. Yeah,
Y'all on the same team, bro.
Nah. Know that. We argue so heated that some letter has to call him and call me and say, "What are y'all doing? Stop it." We argue all the time. He is not in my court.
That's on specifics of African history. When it comes to us, y'all gonna tag team.
Stop, brother, stop. The reality is that he showed sources that when you look at the source, it falls apart. Here goes. Let me just show you Giovanni Verrazzano.
All right, let's see.
Right? This is Giovanni Verrazzano. And here it says here, they are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians with thick black hair, not very long, blah, 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 blah. But then he goes down here and he says, in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farther Cenarian regions. By the way, the Cenarian regions, he's talking about China, by the way. Oh, he's saying they're dark skin and they look like they're Chinese. He's just saying that they're dark. And it was on the screen. He just didn't read it.
So he's mentioning that they're both black and they look like Asians.
They're both dark.
Okay.
That fits.
So
that fits.
That's it. And he says not unlike the Ethiopians. He didn't say they are the Ethiopian. He said not unlike, they're dark like black people that we've seen.
Yeah,
the Africans. When he says, but their features look like they're Orientals.
So
he's telling you, describing them. That's not what Ali said. That's not what Ali said. I have to show you Ali's source.
Sure. So you do know there's records stating that the Olmecan Mayan people, they were also described as black phenotype, but they had like almost like slanted eye. Like some people say, I look like I have slanted eye. They say I look like I'm high all the time. That's not the case. But you know what I mean? Like not like Asian eyes, but like oval shaped eyes. You know, that was supposed to be a specific phenotype of Black Americans. You know, that originated in America. I'm not saying we look like Black Asians, but you know what I mean? Like that was a specific phenotype I remember being described in that. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't know. I'm just, you know,
Fit
but
10
it's black and Asian. That's what you said.
You can't fit 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. It's just the reality is he's describing what he sees, and he's not saying what Ali said he said. You read the source. Yeah, listen, this is ridiculous.
No, you ridiculous. Let's look
Yeah,
at the
the only
fucking
thing
word.
ridiculous is about Jabari,
Let's look up
and
the word.
again, the manner in which he misappropriates contemporary, because he knows people are stuck in the racial classifications that have gone on uncontested for 200 years.
All right,
And
look.
even when we know in our own family, you can see dark-skinned people who have supposed Asiatic-looking features. But that also is ironic, though, A1. It specifically shows that they knew these were not African people. But go ahead.
They go to definition of Oriental. They go to definition of Oriental. Somebody mute that mic, please. They go to definition of Oriental. Now, a native or inhabitant of the East. Where the East at? Can anybody tell me where the East at?
We are the furthest east.
Okay,
depending on
East
which
could be
direction
any
you want to
fucking
go.
where. East could
That
be
is true.
any, and it's not no particular phenotype or no race or ethnicity.
It's your direction, as you would say. That is a
Exactly.
direction.
That's right. So look,
It
so
would
that's
be,
the
it would
noun.
be considered Asia in the 15th century.
Huh?
All right. Based on the direction, it would be considered Asia in the 15th.
Bro, we looking at the definition right here, man. We ain't
No,
gonna. You making an assumption, brother.
No, I'm not.
So show me the definition of it then.
All right, brother. It's New York North. It's
Brother, my
the direction is New York North.
my dude. I'm not even going. We're not even having that comment. We going by the definition right here. We got the definition pulled up.
Right.
Because
It's
he's
New
saying
York North.
Oriental. No, he's saying Oriental as an Asian people. And we're not saying we don't agree with that. So that's why we go to the definition and let's see what the etymology words say.
It says the people of the East, bro. So
It
in the
says the
East,
people-
are we Asian?
It says, wait, hold up, brother. It's not just Asian people in the East. Are there only Asian people in the East?
No, the Orientals to the East, bro.
Okay, all right. So the Oriental could be any phenotype, right?
Yep.
All right, that's all we saying. That's all we just trying to be clear. You understand what I'm saying?
And it's in Southeast Asia and down in that area.
But you
North of
understand
that,
what we
they're not.
saying? It says, look, so this is the adjective. All right, this is something that's added on, right? It's saying late 14th century of the Orient from the East. It said Eastern from East. It said indirectly from Latin Orientalis, or belonging to the East. Okay, it's not saying nothing about no people or what the people look like.
And you know that also could be stretched to orientation too. Would you pull up Occidental in that same etymology
It
dictionary?
says native or inhabitant of the East. So that's referring to a people.
But it also, you can use the word as an orientation. You know what that word means. You know what
Bro, they not.
orientation means,
So
right?
show me. So read this definition I got up here, and
Do
you
want
put
me
in the
to flash in my
perspective that it's
screen?
from. No, I got this. I got I got it right here. We can read
Native
it.
or inhabitant of the East. If you look up the word native, or if you look up the word inhabitant, it is referring to a people or a person.
All right, so native or inhabitant of the East, right? So where is the East at?
I just told you, Asia.
Is it saying Asia up here?
No, it is
doesn't
not.
have-
thought it was
And
Africa.
when you
No,
pull up,
come on, brother. Come on, my
It
dude.
doesn't
We're
have
not playing.
to.
All right, fam,
Look
we're
what
gonna move on.
look at the
Fam,
gears they're using there, right?
you're doing too much, man. We're gonna move on.
No, I'm
bro.
not. I want us to be right.
could you
Nah, we
pull up
not. I mean, that's not
Occidental A1
I got
while you're
Occidental
there?
for you. I got
When you
Occidental
pull up
for you.
Occidental, go ahead.
That's an adjective. Of the 1400s, to, of, or in the west of the sky or the earth. From Old French, Occidental, and directly from Latin, Occidentalis. Western from Occidentum, see Occident.
Now,
meaning
do you
of,
see how
pertaining
both
to.
of those are references to direction?
Right. That's what I was getting.
You're having two different conversations now.
Look, bro, what the main conversation is this before we get caught up in the semantics of the word, right? The main conversation is my shit froze up. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
A1, you good, A1.
So what I'm saying is Oriental, right? The word Oriental, it doesn't specify that it's coming from Asia. So the East can be any fucking where East.
Yo, but I gotta say this. A1, back when you was doing your work on Prester John, right? Didn't you break down how New York and Central America was considered La China?
Nah,
Nigga, you got a 4-hour video on that. Nigga,
not
that's
on
where
that.
I learned it from.
Hold on. Let me
I did my research
hold up.
on it,
Nah,
and you was right.
look. Listen, brother, what I'm telling you is this, right? I never use no word Chinese, so that might be a myth, but I did do something similar on Preston John. But what I'm saying is this is all I'm saying to you. The way Jabari using it, Jabari is saying
Yeah.
Oriental as meaning Asian people today.
Nah. What I'm saying is this what I'm saying, because you got so much information you probably don't remember. I'm telling you, nigga, I learned this shit from your
I
video,
understand, bro. Look,
and I
my
backed it
man,
up
look.
like it was
I
facts.
understand, but that's not
You
the look.
didn't say Chinese. All you did was you broke down how at one point in time what they call New York, not based on, because you just broke down what New York is. But you showed how Central
Preston
America
John in New
was
York.
considered little China. You spent like 5 minutes on it and then you just moved on. Like you didn't stay on, like you didn't do no couple episodes on it or nothing like that. But nigga, that's where I learned it from. And I did my research,
It's
and
all
you
good though, bro. But look,
yeah.
we don't want to go on because that's not the conversation we having, right? And I ain't trying to. I'm just saying respectfully, right? Respectfully,
Yeah. Word.
The whole reason I brought Oriental up was to Jabari's point that he's saying, because he's saying they look much like the Oriental, the people from the East. Wouldn't, like, and Ali Mahmoud said it the best. Wouldn't the Ethiopians be from the East?
Exactly. It depends on what orientation is your traveling as seafaring people. But here's the other thing. And he thinks
Yeah.
he's slick with his shit. Because see, this is this elitism bullshit that people think they're more intelligent than the unwashed masses. He's using contemporary thinking and projecting it backwards in time the same way these people have tried to include themselves backwards into time. And the problem is the whole world was a fear of the black planet. Okay? Even if you listen to what Benjamin Franklin himself said, the minority position of pale-skinned people was without a doubt in the 1750s. So what the fuck would it have been 300 years earlier in the 1400s?
Which is what I was about to say, because A1 said something of importance 2 weeks ago on when he was on live. He was like, let's address the Aborigines, right? And then we can go from there, right? Because that'll tell us everything. That'll tell us who the sellouts are. Now, the reason I speak on the sellouts is because these other nations of people we can't be in the situation we are today if it ain't for black sellouts. We gotta address this, because us finding out who we really are, that's gonna bring us to everything else. You see what I'm saying? Like,
before I get back in the video, right? Look, we know all of the black sellouts took the title of Rome, which it would be any of their agents, whether it's Judaism, whether it's Islam, whether it's Catholicism or it's Christianity, because they control all of it, and they use all of these people like to make you think that they're separate when they really are together.
yeah, and speaking of that, because A1 came on Elquan's show one day, and Elquan, my dog, you know what I'm saying, even though they got their disagreements on how things should be handled, you know, I spoke to A1 because like I told your ass then, nigga, I view you as a professor. But at the same time, I don't knock no brother. Like, religion came secondary. right? That's secondary. That's not. If a brother is on point when he's talking about our history, we gotta address that first. Religion is secondary. I could care less
Not when
about
it
that.
comes. No. Not when it comes to your situation that you got today, brother. It's not secondary. It's
Nah, what I'm
secondary.
saying is
It's
this.
secondary from a point of view that you don't have. I don't want to stay too long on this because we gotta get back.
Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, it's from the perspective to where we don't adhere to religion. All right, I understand that.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's what I'm saying is secondary because I put that on the back burner.
But we sound religious.
Nah, what I'm saying is this. Let me be clear. Let me be clear.
Hold on.
When I say it,
Hold on.
go ahead.
We sounded religious. Do you not agree with that?
Saying that? So no. Why are you saying we sound religious?
Because of what we're saying, the way that we're saying it, and the way we're conveying it. We're not definitive with evidence. We're hearsay. Everything that we're saying, and we're also making the mistake of projecting. When we do the same thing they do, we're making the same mistakes. So that's what I'm saying.
Nah, brother, I gotta disagree with you right there.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Let's have some discourse, brother. Let's have some discourse. All right, so listen. So you saying the doctrine of discovery, where this is coming directly from Rome and coming from Catholicism, and they calling people pagans, anyone who is not a Jew or Christian, and they saying put them under perpetual servitude. So how are we sounding religious?
No.
Nobody sitting up here talking about they pray to new God. No. If we sounded religious, we would be sitting up in here saying scriptures and saying, "Oh, we supposed to be." No,
you are. You are. You don't think that you are, but yes. Not biblically.
Nah, brother.
Hey, my dude. Listen.
Do you not agree with that?
Look, no, I do not. I respectfully disagree. Let's get back into the video. Peace to God.
Yo, y'all saw that?
And I was gonna say, anybody that know Big Dog Philly OG know I ain't religious at all. I don't deal with that. Go ahead, y'all got it.
But he was I mean, I don't even understand why we're doing this part of it.
I would like to hear what Ali has to say, if you don't mind. Yeah, you know what I mean? I still have a question for Ali, but I do want to hear what Ali's perspective is on it.
Come on, man.
Well,
If that's possible.
If I can comment on this without losing my question, ask me the question. I'm gonna address everything that he said in the Jesuit letters and everything, but I don't care.
Okay, bet.
What?
You're still saying Jesuit?
Bro, I don't care nothing about you trying to play rhetoric, bro. Like, we know what kind of game. And see, that's the thing about you, bro. You're showing me a new face of Jabari, but it's okay.
Yes.
You want to ask me this question? I'm gonna do a double dip on this.
Bet. So my question is, it's pretty simple. Do you feel like the Buenos Aires skull that was found in the Americas, do you feel like that is also a proper point or position to state how long we had civilizations in the Americas, Aboriginal descent? Do you feel like that's a good point, or not really? That's all.
Well, here's the thing about the Buenos Aires skull. For people who don't know, the Buenos Aires skull was a skull that was discovered by the Ameghino family, and the Ameghino family were anthropologists and archaeologists in Argentina. And so, because it was found below a pre-Incendian, it's like a block of limestone that would denote that it's probably about 1.5 million years old. Then Ameghino began to use that. Now, if you don't know Florentine Ameghino, he was someone who was into phylogenetics, and they give him partial credit for the development of that system. But because he was also saying what I'm saying at the time, that the antiquity of these things and these fossils that I'm finding are in certain stratia of the earth, they sent people over there with him to test him. And I have all of that listed in my book. I didn't get a chance to go through all of that. So with that particular find, I would say no, because of the provenance in that find. When we get something that's found, there's a archaeological report. that's done on that particular thing. And so the skull that was denoted to this particular thing, it doesn't have a problem. It's fine. There are others that do. And so most of the book that most people will come across is from the book by Michael Cremo, Forbidden Archaeology. There's some pseudo stuff in there and some real stuff in there. But a person who is evolution to the point where we're pretty much in high agreement with
the whole book pseudo. How's this some real
Europeans
stuff and some fake stuff? It's
will
the whole
present that.
pseudo.
They will take Michael Cremo's work, look at the pseudo stuff that he presents in it, and not the other stuff. And you don't do that as a scholar. You look at the whole thing, which is what Jabari is doing with the Jesuit letters and the Ecostone. So let's go back to the Jesuit letters. Jabari put on the screen that the Jesuit letters had Negroes from Guinea.
That's the
That's
black.
one.
That's the blacks.
And Negroes, the terror.
That's the
It was
Indians.
America. Now,
That's the Indians.
inside of the Jesuit letters that I show in the book and that Jabari posted in the debate,
Oh, your book
he
pseudo.
Jabari just said the Jesuit letters did not say they were black. You know what? You're partially right, you rhetoric two-stepping. You're partially right, because they didn't use the word black. They used the word Negro, which means black.
To describe everybody. No, to describe everybody.
Are y'all actually sitting on this panel?
Go it again, Ali. Show your slide again. Let's see.
Come on,
Let's go.
Let's go back to exactly what.
Why you didn't call this nigga
Jabari just did a good job with his. Let me see if we can combat that.
Archaeology book.
This for the whole contest right here. Let's see. Everybody can see this clear as day. This one little piece right here. We ain't gotta talk about that. I see what you did, Jabari. I'm agreeing with Jabari.
Yeah.
Now, what you doing?
Whoever you want to agree with, but I'm about to show you what he showed and what I have in the book.
All right, go ahead. Let me see what you did.
I told you I was lying.
How the fuck is this possible?
I told you that.
That sounded crazy, yo. That's funny. That's
bro.
I'm lying right now.
What is he like? Jabari didn't turn out to be a whole liar, bro. Like I thought we were having a debate.
Yeah, I told you after. I told you after. I just wanted to go
Like,
into the
you went to just straight. I'm a lie.
I'm a lie.
man.
Hold on.
All right. I'm on this nigga Primitive One YouTube channel. He over here reviewing the debate. And I'm arguing with him. Without arguing with him.
Jabari, let's see change that magical slide. Let's see.
No,
You watch
He
it.
making us sound religious.
Go right back to the Jesuit letters and read that part about
What language for the Jesuit? What language for the Jesuit?
and read that part about Negroes.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right, let's see.
So now,
Let me see.
on my book, if I can't share
I'm gonna blow my cover.
I can't. Where is that? I don't see you. Where you at? You
I'm
can
right
share?
here. I got my book up and I'm on page 48.
All right, go ahead. Hit the screen share. The present.
All right, so let me present. Share screen.
Hey, go ahead.
All right, window. Oh yeah, it came up. All right, bingo.
All right, where's that?
So now.
All right, here you go. Here you go. There you go.
Me quoting the Jesuit letters.
All right, read
He
it
had
slow.
at the bottom of his screen. Hold on.
Make it larger.
Wait. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Did you make it larger so we can read it?
I'm trying to make my point.
I'm asking you to make it larger so we can read it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I want to read it.
We about to make it real big. You had this quote at the bottom of your page right here. Right? And you can see my source, number 15. I'm gonna show you exactly where I got it from, because you was quoting from somewhere. Okay, I got Africans and Native Americans right here, and I had some Ibis in here. But this source is from Africans and Native Americans, the same place they get. So now, I don't even know how Jabari just said the Jesuit letters did not say they were black, because right here, they're talking about Africans and calling them Negroes and Indios. Then it says, when Africans are referred to in the Jesuit letters, they are always called Negroes de Guinea, Black of Guinea, to distinguish them from
Yo, he can't be using the same.
blacks of the land of the Americas. That's just one point. Like, bruh, how can you just
Wow.
if you go back and you said the Jesuit letters did not say they were black, bruh, what are you talking about?
No, they don't.
Wow.
You know what? And I'm gonna go to the east side. But Jabari, my dear brother Jabari, you need to stink. You need to stink in that damn seat. You are a bruh.
All right, so that right there show clarity. Because remember, even when you get into Brazil, they tell you Brazil was the largest place. I mean, the place where they bought more all these African slaves, but it was already Negroes in Brazil. And how we already know that? Because we can go back and look at Luzia. So it's been Negroes in Brazil for tens of thousands of years.
Hold on, you calling Luzia Negro?
Yeah, I mean, yes, she's a Negro.
How did you determine that?
How did I determine it? The expert determined.
Yeah, because the archaeologists down there don't even call her a Negro, bro.
I'm sorry.
We got to be honest about some of this shit. You can make up everything.
Well, also the archaeologists never disagreed that the first people walking this plane, or every single plane, were what you would consider a Negro. They were all extremely melanated. That's how you know that they were Negro. You know what I'm saying? All forms of science prove this, from Asian to America to the scientists out in Africa. Every single university in all of existence.
Hey,
No
hold on,
one.
Mike check. Real quick. He addressed me, brother. Let me address myself, brother. This is my panel, right?
Oh, Lord, handle your thing, A1.
Nah, because I said something specific. I got a specific argument, but what you saying, it only adds clarity. But listen, he's saying, my man, go unmute your mic.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Luzia. Now you saying that I'm talking about Luzia now. We're gonna go back to Luzia.
Yeah, that's what you
You just went on the rant, right? So you said Luzia are not Luzia wasn't a Negro, right?
Yeah.
Chief Holiday. Where you at, Holiday?
Right here.
Holiday. What was the description that they that the expert, not this? What's your name again, brother?
I have the expert account. If you want me to share my screen, I can prove you.
Nah, we got the experts. I got all the expert account. I don't need to see nothing from you. I got all six. I got all 6 articles, brother.
You
all
sure?
6 articles. I'm
you sure?
positive.
What's the author's name on the article?
We are
name?
astute in what we talk. We are astute in what we talk. I don't have to look.
We
are
supposed to
very
be.
astute, brother. We are very
Hold on.
astute in what we
A1,
say.
let me can I explain to this brother? Okay. So my brother, how do you identify? How do you know that people that they say that so-called black people come from Africa, right?
I don't know nothing about black people, so supposedly come.
Yeah, that was a slick ass question you just asked. That A1 ain't never backed that shit up. A1 always taught that America is the first land out of water. You know what I'm saying? This is the first soil to come up out of the water from all of existence. So that brother ain't never said that so-called blacks come from Africa. That brother ain't never taught that. You know, I don't even teach that because it can be backed up. If what you're saying is true, right? If you hold that stance, let me ask you a question.
No, I don't hold that
Why
stance.
is
I'm trying to get somewhere with what I'm saying.
Okay, because I was about to say, why is our first form of mathematics, our first form of writing, our first form of civilization, our first form of infrastructure, all comes out of the Americas, dating tens of thousands of years before Africa was.
No, so brother, you basing that off of science, correct?
Hold up, real quick. Hey, look, fellas, when one person is talking, do not jump in with another question. You could go ahead and address them at any given time, but let's be cordial so we can get our point across. That's the whole purpose what we trying to do. So go ahead, Chief.
All right, so what I'm trying to say, I'm gonna ask some more questions. What I'm trying to say is right. So when we're talking about Luzia, for instance, right, at the time when they found her and the evidence and all these things came out, we're only going to talk about the scientific, how they identified that she was a female, right? They're using what is called craniometry, right? And craniology is the study of skeletal remains, my brother. And this is the way how scientists identify human beings. Now, the fact that she's a woman, right, says that because they can compare skeletal remains to living women, right? Of certain ages, things like that, so they can tell it's a baby by measuring how old. It could be a teenager, so on and so forth, right? So Lucia's measurements, according to the experts, and you're speaking to experts, brother, who say that she's a Negro. Period. During the time period when science says that the entire planet was populated by niggas, bro.
Yo,
And
Chief.
I know niggas like to play all these super games. Hold on, brother. I know y'all like to play these super games and all this bullshit, but there's no evidence that so-called black people or whatever the game you want to play, what you want to call people that come from Africa, come from Africa. There's no evidence of this, as well as civilization. Civilization comes from America.
That's not
North
true.
America.
But
Well,
Chief,
I'm sorry.
Brazilian,
Hey, brother,
Brazilian
listen to
contribution
what you said.
over
Listen to what you just said
Brazil
out your
does
face right
not
there.
agree.
Hold on, listen to what you just said right there. I can
Halo
guarantee.
Blastus,
Hold on.
the
Listen.
archaeologist doesn't
All you gotta
agree.
do. All you gotta do is just tell me the oldest civilization in Africa. Go.
There's tons of them that are older. What do you mean? Old. First, you have to
I just
define a
needed one. I just
civilization.
needed one. I only
All
need
right.
one.
So the Nubian culture is older.
Sir,
It's older.
Nubia is not even indigenous to Africa.
No,
Can you
listen
please
to.
give me can you please give me something that
I'm
you
not
talk
even.
about
I'm
that?
not here to. I'm not here to argue for Africa, brother.
So
I'm
just
not.
say you
What
don't
I am
know.
saying.
Just say you don't know.
What I am
Hold on,
saying is that I know. I gave you
Just
one.
say
You
you
asked
don't
me for
know.
one. Do you know what a
No, just say
civilization
you don't
is?
know. Just say you
Do
don't
you know
know.
what a civilization is?
Do you?
Yes. So there was no
What?
writing script that predates what they have over there. We don't need to argue over that, brother. What I'm telling you is about we
So wait,
talking
when you say
Lucia.
that though, I
We're
got you,
talking
sir. When
Lucia,
you
brother.
say that, sir,
We're
when you say that, you have to
talking
say this is the
Lucia.
right script that I'm talking about.
No
You can't do that.
genetic evidence supports what you just said. You called her a Negro.
Hold
I literally cited the science that I
No,
proved
you did
that
not,
she was a
brother.
Negro.
Okay,
You did not. You
so
started
my man,
talking.
hold on. All right.
There's a
So look,
study by 72 researchers
fam,
across 8 countries that conclude totally different from you, brother.
fam. Okay, all right. You saying it's 78 studies.
72 researchers.
Okay,
72.
all right. So okay, hold up. Across how many countries?
8 countries.
And they took Lucia, right?
Lucia.
They took how many scars did they find with Lucia?
Told her that she ain't African and she ain't something.
How many scars did they find with Lucia?
Lucia is one.
They found 81 scars.
Listen, brother.
You listen. I'm about to mute you, fam. I'm about to mute you respectfully,
Okay.
bro.
Go ahead.
Now you listen. They found 81 scars, 42 men and 39 women. What the fuck is you talking about? The expert who did the craniology said Lucia resemble people of modern Africa, South Pacific Islander, and Australia.
That she don't.
Now I don't know what the fuck, bro. My dude, we going by the experts, bro. I don't want to hear
The experts
that she
don't say that though.
You know, I don't. The expert who did the bus,
The 72 people said she had no link to Africa or Australia, bro.
What
You
they
just said that
said,
she
we
did.
going by the expert. We going by the craniologist that found her.
All of those scars.
Hold on, A1. Hold on. I think he's confused. He said that she wasn't connected to Africa or Australia.
I said that she's not connected to Africa or Australia.
We're definitely not saying that. We're definitely not saying she's African.
And I was just only trying to correct him.
Hold on, brother. You're correct. You just misunderstand it right now. Okay, so A1 is not saying that Lucia. He's saying that they're saying, brother, that she resembles African, Melanesians, and Austria. That's just a send off, brother. It's just to confuse you in the psychological
but it's
warfare.
really not to confuse you. It's saying she resembles these people, not that she's from these places.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But that's the whole thing.
So
that's the whole thing, though. But they're comparing her measurements and her bones to modern American Aborigines. I just wanted to point that out to y'all. And if you get into the actual scientific studies, I just want to point that out.
The scientific studies link her back to Southeast Asians and
but the Pam Doodles can't provide human skeletal remains or a civilization like you can in Africa. That predates this.
I don't dismiss their evidence because they have their evidence.
Fam. You just said Southeast Asia, right?
Yes.
What do the people like?
Her genetic evidence provides
do
proof
the
of her.
people from Southeast Asia look like us?
No.
Oh, really? Or you want to go down this road?
Yeah, because they carry certain
all right,
genes
hold
and
on.
traits that
Shit.
are not
Nah,
like
we don't
us,
want to hear
brother.
nothing about no fucking genes, brother. Go ahead, go deal
They
with
don't
it.
look nothing like us, brother.
Hold on.
They have
Hold
more
on.
archaic features than we do, brother. We don't carry no damn archaic features.
Are you talking archaic? What does that mean, brother?
We don't share gene traits in our face from Denovicens or Neanderthals.
So you're a Darwinist. You believe in?
No, I'm not a Darwin anything. I just like evidence.
Wait. Your evidence
come from?
Sir, your evidence comes from
No, it does
Darwin.
not, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry. Explain to everybody listening where your evidence comes from.
All right. Again, my evidence comes from 72 researchers from 8
Hold on.
countries.
No. Get back to the what you were talking about before that right there, because you don't understand what you just read, sir. Because they're getting into genetics.
Brother, listen.
They don't have. Did you understand what craniology is and craniometry? What I said about that, and that's how they identify human beings.
Brother,
did you understand
that?
that?
The only way that they identify human beings.
I'm not saying it's the only way. I'm saying it's the. I didn't say it's the only way. It's the most reliable way.
It's not the most reliable.
Hold on, sir. Listen. Everything else comes from the theory of evolution and the out of Africa hypothesis.
Man. You might not like evidence, but I love it.
I'm sorry, you haven't presented any. You haven't presented any evidence. You haven't presented any evidence.
Okay, I can share my screen. Let me know when I can share my screen.
No, you don't have to. See, here's the thing. I'm not sharing my screen. But I presented evidence. Where's yours?
I have presented evidence, brother.
I presented evidence. Where is yours?
The Journal of Cell, a group of 72 researchers from 8 countries affiliated with the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, Harvard University, United States, and the Max Planck Institute and the Science of Human History in Germany, among others, participated in telling us who the hell Lucia was, bro.
Hold on. So are you talking about the same Zionist Germans? Sir, are you listening to yourself? You sound retarded right now.
Have you ever paid attention to science?
I literally asked you about craniology. You don't know about that.
Yo, brother. Let me ask the brother a question, because he asked a specific question. He was like, name some shit about a civilization.
You have the genetic evidence of Lucia, bro. They extracted her DNA, which lets us know exactly who this girl was, bro. So when I'm asking a question, I'm asking it according to scientific evidence, not speculation, not mysteries, not nothing we had before. We don't have to dismiss science, bro.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
You got it.
No, I muted you.
So
I muted. I muted you.
Okay, word.
This nigga put me in the back, yo. He put me in the back, yo.
I was going to ask him if the Dogons predate the mob.
I'm out. I can't do it no more. My cover was about to be blown. I was about to blow my shit all the way up, yo. I can't do it no more. I tried.
I said he was about to kick you out.
Yeah, he was gonna kick me out, bro.
Every time you kept asking to share your screen, every time you try to ask to share your screen, they had an excuse why you can't share your screen. They know they're about to get debunked. They don't want their audience to see
it. And the whole time I'm sitting there acting like I'm an elbow. I'm like, brother, we ain't gotta dismiss this shit, bro. We can use that shit and still be right. They ain't
you ain't following their philosophy though. You weren't believing in what they were believing in.
Bro, listen, they ain't. This nigga said Lucia was a number. How many skulls?
80.
Lucia is only one being, bro. One. It didn't say Lucia people. It said Lucia. If you go look at the structure of Lucia, hold up.
It must have been like one of like in the Bible where the little monster in Revelation had 7 heads. Maybe Lucia had like 80 heads or some shit.
Bro, how the fuck is this petty have so many? Let me go to Google real quick, yo.
She had 80 skulls.
Now he said Lucia skull, bro. So I'm gonna go to the simplest shit, Wiki. The simplest shit. Lucia is a woman. They said it on their panel that Lucia is a woman. So autonomous one, how the fuck did she get 32 skulls? I was about to say all of this shit on the show, bro. Then I realized, hold on, I got kicked off. I said, hold on, I didn't get. When I realized I got kicked off, all my shit just went sideways. Put me in the back. Because this nigga know, yo, like you calling everybody Negro. No, that is not the case. The Portuguese and the Spanish more particular, especially in the New World, they called everybody Negroes, yo. We went over this. We had Real Cap read the whole goddamn book. Africans and Native Americans, the language of race and the evolution of red black peoples. We read the whole shit by Jack D. Forbes because the pseudo Ling Ling tried to use that shit. Had me go on here, create a motherfucking bullshit ass Aboriginal head and shit. Lucia is a woman, ladies and gentlemen. Lucia is not a goddamn 32 head. Listen, and I already know, and Danny loving that shit because the first thing he finna go do is he finna go make some memes because them dumbass niggas just gave him ammunition. The whole discussion, he like, oh, these niggas is stupid. Look, the 11,500-year-old skeleton was found in a cave in Lapa Vermilla archaeological site in Pedro Leopoldo in the greater Belo Horizonte or Horizon region or whatever the hell I think that's trying to say of Brazil in 1974 by archaeologist Annette Lemming Imperial. Lucia is one. Lucia ain't no 32 skulls. How the fuck Lucia get 32 skulls, bro? This is, look what it says. This is a cast of Lucia's skull, not skulls, skull. This dumb Negroid. This dumb Negroid, yo. Look, this is the funny part about it. Two of Lagio Santa individuals carry the same mtDNA haplogroup D4H3A, also carried by 12,000 plus remains of Anzac 1, which is a site where they found Paleo-Indian male infants. Remember when we did that whole show, we heard about Anzac 1 and Anzac 2. This is how they come to their conclusion about the DNA regarding her. Lucia stood just 5 feet. So she's a person that was 5 feet tall. 1/3 of her skeleton has been recovered. Her remains seem to indicate that she died when she was approximately 20 years old. So we're talking about a 20-year-old that was attacked or mutilated by an animal. She was a member of a gang of hunter-gatherers. Why is she all of a sudden having 32 skulls? Then you got to make that mean. 32 skulls. All represent one 5'11" female. Them niggas say anything on that motherfucking channel, yo. And I was getting to him. I was getting to him good too, because A1, he was losing his patience. Khalil, like, be paid, man. I ran out of patience, Khalil. This fool said he was showing us evidence because he said cranial studies. Yo, man, that was hard to do. I ain't even gonna care. Yeah. He said, the Abo said, yes. The Abo said that it was black people on the Titanic and they killed a bunch of millionaires. We heard that shit. The man said that it was black people on the Titanic, yo. So the whole Titanic shit was wrong.
He said that shit, and he said that he learned that shit while they was looking for the submarine, yo. Danny, when you do the meme, you gotta label that shit the blacks on the Titanic or the blacks of the Titanic.
I'm still waiting for that meme of Abo blood, of the Abo blood type.
That nigga said that shit. Sutek got that shit. You clip that shit, Sutek. Sutek still listening. When he quiet like this, yeah, he listening. Cause they probably talking shit about me. Called me probably a fake ass Indian. Them niggas was mad I wouldn't.
Any update, they don't read any type of update. They grab on to anything that they can. They say they don't believe in science, right? But if they see anything that they can grab on from science, they grab it. But then when the updates come, they don't pay attention to that. They don't look for any update. We know they were Negroid. We know she was Negroid.
He said like, there was niggas.
See the updates?
Fuck what you talking about, Danny. We learned today that there was black people in everything and making it black. Literally. They're taking everything and making it black, bro. They said everybody Negroes. And the white people had a fear of the black race. Or whatever the fuck they were saying. Nigga, they got motherfucking nuclear weapons. What the fuck they fearing? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the person right here that was on the Titanic. Joseph Philippe Le Mercier La Roche. He was an Haitian engineer. He was one of 3 passengers of known Haitian ancestry. The other 2 being his children. So his children, him and his wife, he put his pregnant wife and their 2 daughters onto a lifeboat. They survived, but he did not. So there was 3 people of Haitian ancestry. There was, look, the only black man on the Titanic. They got a whole damn blog site about this shit. Look, the story of Joseph La Roche, the only black man on RMS Titanic. So how the fuck? Oh shit, bro. This is bad. Noble Maritime Collection. Listen, y'all. I hope y'all have fun with this shit. This is a sister writing this shit, yo. The sister writing this. Untold stories of the Titanic, the only black passenger. So everybody else in the world knows only one black passenger, but these motherfuckers. They got a whole book out. The black man on the Titanic. Come on now. Yo, Shorty in the chat said it meant New York. They was killing New York. Sutek still listening to that shit. That nigga high, he high. He listening to that shit. He gotta be high. Yeah, you missed a lot, yo. Not a C. I was on a panel, yo. I was on a panel. I was disguised. I went undercover. I don't care if you play it back too. I don't care if you play my part back. Like if you do a replay and you play my part back, I don't care. Play my part back. Like Sean went over there, went undercover. Stirring up shit.
I just kept laughing every time he said, "Can I share my screen?" Well, you know, all you got to do is just present evidence. That's presenting evidence. Can I share my screen? He said, "Why did share my screen and not presenting evidence?" I'm like, "Why are you guys trying to block him from sharing evidence?" Well, it's a fear that you're gonna debunk him. That's a real coat over there.
Oh yeah, but the dude blamed A1 for everything. He said, "I learned that shit from you, A1. You was on point. You said civilization and life started in the Americas, and you was right. We wasn't nowhere else. We got the oldest civilization. Don't even know what civilization means. That's why I went to writing systems. I said Africa's writing system is actually older than ours. You see how I was doing it? I was tying it back so slightly. Like we ain't gotta. I'm like, bro, we ain't gotta deny that, bro. In order to have a civilization, you have to have a writing system and a writing script. The Amerindians didn't have that shit. All of their writing.
No, you actually how to teach them how to at least sound more sophisticated. You actually giving them ways that them dumb motherfuckers can't even pick it up.
Right. Like, brother, we can give them that. We can give them that. They got older civilization. He was like, but they ain't got no bones. The fuck they don't. They got all kind of bones. When you brought up Lucia, they got Lucy. Lucy's 6-7 million years old. What you talking about, bro? What are we talking about? And then
the Apples will have a better case if they admitted to Bering Strait instead of just trying to say they popped up in the Americas. They said, "Yo, I agree with that." They should be like, "I agree with the out of Africa theory, but we were already here. We those people." Then, they could have a better case.
They still won't
if they try to say out of Africa. I know. They don't have no evidence, but at least they would sound more.
The thing is when you tell me the life started over this motherfucker and the oldest bones you got is 11,000 years old, and then on the continent of Africa, they got bones that go all the way back 300,000 years. You finna tell me that? And then not only that, they got sites with 170-something thousand, 230-something thousand, around the 2 mids, somewhere around there, yo. We ain't got none of that shit over here in America. So how the fuck could life start over here when we got real live Homo sapiens 300,000 years ago over there?
Yeah, there's no evidence.
Nigeria, the Nigerian site where they uncovered that little girl is older than fucking Lucia, and they uncovered a real fucking human girl.
Yeah, West Africa. I mean, they've been in West Africa. I believe what was it, up to like 40,000 years or something like that.
Nah, hold on. Let me answer his shit because he in the chat and he trying to troll them. The oldest evidence we have is between 25-30,000 years old of humans. We don't have a body for that human. We have the footprints. The fossils, we have 25. We have something that dates between 20 and 30,000 year old footprints, fossils here. No remains has been uncovered yet.
I know they were doing archaeological digs. I know in West Africa.
The oldest
to find the evidence.
The oldest evidence structured bones are only 11,000 years old.
I was reading about it. They were doing archaeological digs in West Africa. They haven't. It's like scientists. The science has never really they're really just starting to do a lot of archaeological.
They've been doing it for a while. Nah, they've been doing it for a while. But the thing about this is this right here. Mm-hmm. They ain't had no need to go into West Africa until they uncovered the 300,000 shit. The problem here is the fact that they tried to say, well, the science says, and then when I give them refuting science, then they try to say that science ain't right. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what they were doing. They were rejecting what was being said. So that's why I stated, bro, I have scientists, 72 researchers from 8 different countries participated in this shit, and they're telling us what Lucia is. And A1 fucked up because he said that she was African.
No, she's Native American.
Right. She has no ties to Australia. She has no ties to Australia or Africa.
Nope.
Basically, Lucia was born in the Americas, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a fact.
She's been here. Mm-hmm. So her people,
her ancestors came. from those places.
That's proof that her ancestors was here. And then the genetic evidence ties into the two little boys, Isaac 1 and Isaac 2, that were found in Arizona or somewhere around in that area. Nevada, Arizona, somewhere in that area where those two little boys' bodies were found. They had the same DNA sequenced as Lucia. And them bodies was 9,000 years old. Hers was 11,600.
Still proving the point. No matter where they go, the genetic evidence. This is why they try to say, well, DNA is fake. We don't want to go with evolution. No, they try to run away from all that because it's just too much evidence that's going to kill them no matter what.
I don't know, but when they show in, boy, I would love to have that timestamp so we can go back in and play that Joker, boy, because that Joker said everybody on the Titanic was black. The whole world
that
was
shit is bullshit.
of a black planet. So
well, they've been pushing that whole up.
People outnumber us, bro. How?
I know. I've been asking that question too.
Those people that came over here on those ships, bro, they were Slavs, bro. No, the fuck they wasn't. It says that they were pilgrims. How do you refute that? Nah. They just saying that. That's your
But here's Sean. They never made a coherent argument about how white folks gained control of this country if they were supposed to be the slaves. That makes no sense. If they're enslaved people, how the fuck are they in power right now and we have such little power? That makes no sense. We brought them over and now they're in control. Make that shit make sense. You just don't hear of anything like that. When you see that when you see white folks that brought over black folks into the islands where black people are the majority, yeah, black folks run those nations, but a lot of those places are still colonies or have some ties to the former colonizer. Why isn't that the case here? This place will be like the most unique place in world history. With the way that it's, and they're saying we brought over 300,000 white Europeans as slaves to America proper. That makes no sense.
No, that's bullshit. You ain't got no 300,000 white people as slaves when the motherfuckers was over here. Come on, man. That's why I showed what I showed today, just so I can get to that. They ran to it anyway. They fell right for the stupidity. Dumbass niggas.
I'm trying to make. They gotta try to make a coherent argument on how the Europeans, how white folks acquire control of this nation after, quote unquote, we're the ones supposed to have brought them over from Africa. Yeah, that's another dumbass. We brought them over as slaves from Africa, but now they're in control, and now they got the largest population. I mean, how can you listen to that shit in the chat room and think that that sounds intelligent? Like that makes sense.
Man, that was hard. That was hard for me. Just sitting there with my shit on me. If I wasn't live with y'all, I would have been lost. I would have went in a long time ago.
But then they're saying that all the archaeological digs have proven that the Negroid was all over America. The oldest bones come from the Americas. Where? What site? I need to see that. You should be able to present that without just talking. You should be able to go to a whole archaeological article, read the whole thing through.
That shit. They don't even matter. They believe that shit. All of them. Every last one of them in that fucking chat believe that. No matter what, they believe that. Yo, that man said the Titanic was full of black people and it killed millionaires. It just didn't focus on the one black person, yo. It just couldn't just tell the truth, bro. There was only one black person on that damn slave ship. And what's so funny is the fact that we probably can pull up. The Titanic sinks 4 hours after hitting iceberg. 866 rescued by Carpathia. Probably 1,250 perished. It's made safe. Mrs. Astor, maybe. noted names missing. So they have a document in the New York Times that has the noted names of the missing people from the Titanic. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put it on the screen if I can even get logged into this bitch, because I think I'm over my little free articles for the month. Never mind, told me to update it. So this is how crazy this shit is. Oh yeah, the Orient shit was whack too. So here go the names right here. Partial list of the saved. Right? So you know we can find the dead when they start like getting all of these people together. But you saying all of these people, Gene Hippick? That ain't no fucking indigenous or African name. Or black or Negro name. Ernest Lives.
Yeah,
Mary
of course they'll say that,
Klein.
remember? They said English is indigenous, remember? And English is an indigenous language. So all those European names are actually indigenous, according to them niggas.
Nah. Hell no. Let me find it. Passengers of the Titanic, bro. They got a whole fucking list. List of the third class passengers taken from Titanic. List of the Titanic survivors rescued at sea. Let me see about this one right here. Titanic deaths. Now they got this document. We probably can find a little bit better, but I just got it right here. Somebody's got their little shit over there, so you can't copy it. But hold on. Let me pull it up.
Remember that dude, Aboriginal Smith?
Right here, look.
He was over there trying to say that his name was indigenous.
Yeah, Aboriginal Smith is aboriginally stupid.
You know, it's a sad thing. You know, that dude is from Southern California with that last name. There's a chance that he's actually related to me. And if he is, that motherfucker come from Louisiana. His ancestral line actually goes back to the Akan people. I'm being dead ass serious. The Akan people of Ghana. He better not be related to me. I'm gonna be laughing. They're like, well, you do belong to a tribe. I mean, your ancestors belong to a tribe.
But my whole point, ladies and gentlemen, is that here's the list of the dead, right? We can buy this, or
yeah,
we
they
can
documented
it to find a better view of this image. We can. But my point is simple. They know who the fucking dead was because the people was looking for their family members and crying about this shit. So now we just gonna make them black? Now we just gonna make them black. And the nigga just gonna allow that shit to be said on this panel, bro. Look, a whole fucking commemorative wall, bro. All we gotta do is go to the, all we gotta do is this right here, right?
Hold on, Juju. He already showed the one black family, that was on the ship.
One black person. His kids was mulatto.
Kids are biracial.
They survived. His ass died. His wife was white. Let me share my screen. They got a whole memorial to this shit, bro. All we got to do is this. We ain't even got to use the newspaper. We can use the newspaper as extra support, right? Because it has all the names. But then they got a whole memorial. I'm trying to find the best version. I probably can't right here. Let me get out of it. But they have a whole memorial dedicated to these people, bro. So there's no reason for us to lie. And what's funny is this. Where's the memorial at? You know what a memorial is? Because remember, he said them motherfuckers came up out of New York or some shit. I believe that's what he said. So I'll get into that. But look, they have a whole memorial, and this is the best view I probably can get. It's got the same names on here, yo. Same names of these people, all the way across. Oh shit, y'all couldn't see that shit. My bad. There you go. Right there. These people names right here. Where y'all think the Titanic Memorial is at, yo? DC? Y'all be right. I'm pulling up something because I want to know something. All right, the Titan was a British passenger liner operated a White Star that sunk in North Atlantic Ocean on 1912 after striking the iceberg. Her maiden voyage from Southampton, England to New York City. Yeah, I figured he loved that. He probably gonna blow my cover. But it's just stupid. Hold on, let me go see because Danny's slick. Danny had this shit up already.
Sutek still listening over there?
Yeah, he is. When he on mute. If he on mute, he over there, yo. Cause he just said Shawan was over there, so he gonna listen to that stupid shit. He probably either that or clipping shit. Nah, Danny ain't putting nothing up yet. But since today happened, shit, he ain't got no choice. He got to come with the Titanic shit. If he don't come with the Titanic shit, he got to come with other shit. They gave him some material today. Him and Rob Bourne. If Rob Bourne paying attention, they gave y'all some material today. There is more than one. You can't put no fast one on me. The one that I was showing is in DC. There's another one, but the one that I was showing with all the names on it is different than the other ones, the other memorials. They got one in Belfast, UK too. So there's a memorial in DC. There's a memorial in UK, and then there's another place in the United States, I think, that has a memorial. So it's a few for these bastards. Yeah, you ain't gonna put no fast one on me. Not happening. But look, y'all, I'm finna get up out of here, man. All right, Cat, I'll catch you later, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Make sure y'all, if y'all catch the replay or whatever, it's interesting.
For sure.
All right, Cat. All right, man. Y'all take care.
Yeah, appreciate you for letting me come on.
All right, no problem. I'll catch you later, man.
For sure, fam.